Good evening, everyone. We're going to go ahead and call this City Commission meeting to order. I want to walk you through a couple things. It's good to see everyone out tonight. We have a really full agenda, so I want to draw your attention to a couple things as I call this meeting to order. We will start momentarily. We'll start with a moment of silence before Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll move on to the roll call. We do have a number of opportunities tonight for public comment. We have several scheduled public hearings, so if you are here tonight to speak on the brownfield plan for the project located at 739 4th Street, I'm gonna ask you to stay put until we open up that opportunity for public comment. Then we also have two scheduled public hearings to consider street name changes for Granville Avenue as well as Franklin Street. So my colleagues are supportive of me taking those two public hearings together. So if you're here tonight to speak on the name changes, I'm going to ask you to stay put until we open up those public hearings, those scheduled public hearings. The first opportunity for public comment is really specific to items that we're voting on tonight, and then the last opportunity is for any other item that may be on your mind. We ask that when you come up to speak that you go to the podium over here. There is a clipboard on the table over there. We ask that you write your name down there so that we get it accurately recorded in our minutes. Everyone is given up to 3 minutes to speak, and there's a timer right in front here that you can keep an eye on. I also would like to draw your attention to the expectations for this meeting. This is a public meeting with official city business, so we ask that you, in addition to sharing your name, the city that you live in, that you respect the 3 minutes that are provided, but then also there's no clapping or cheering or holding of signs. Our priority is to make sure that everyone who is here, regardless of how you feel about an issue, whether you agree with an issue or not, that you feel safe to share your opinion and be heard. We also ask that you refrain from swearing, name calling, or making any derogatory comments. If you do that, I will ask you to stop speaking. We'll shut your mic off. If you continue, you'll be asked to stop and sit down. And if you continue, then you'll be asked to leave. So I just want to make sure everyone is aware. We want to make sure that everyone who wants to be heard tonight has an opportunity to be heard. So with that, I'm going to ask you to join me for a moment of silence before we move to Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, next we'll have roll call.
Commissioner Moody,
Present.
Commissioner Jones,
Here.
Commissioner O'Connor,
Present.
Commissioner Lanier,
Present.
Commissioner Repart,
Here.
Commissioner Isasi,
Present.
Mayor Bliss.
Yes, thank you. So I'll open up the first public comment period. This is, again, specific to items that we're voting on tonight. Again, we ask that you share your name, the city that you live in, and for this item, we ask you to be really explicit about what action item that you are referring to. So.
Madam Mayor, can you introduce the translation services, please?
I'm sorry. Thank you. My apologies. I am so sorry. We do have a translator available tonight, so if you need assistance with translation services, she is welcome to help you. So thank you. Go
Thank you,
ahead.
Commissioner. Good evening. We're pleased to provide Spanish interpretation services this evening. This includes interpretation during the meeting and for those who wants to provide public comment. Buenas noches. Estamos complacidos de proveer servicios de interpretación en español esta noche. Esto incluye la interpretación durante toda la reunión y aquellos que quieran proveer comentario público. Gracias.
Thank you, and my apologies again. All right, so we'll open up this first opportunity for public comment. Again, this is public comment on action items.
Mayor Bliss, this room is filled to capacity. Can we open another room? I'm not comfortable. It is still COVID out here, and I don't feel like we should proceed until you can accommodate everybody in this room.
We have overflow room, City Manager. Accessibility.
We do not.
So there is space out in the hall as well as downstairs, and we can move through if you're not comfortable sitting in here the whole time. All right, others who wish to be heard on action items tonight? No, Mr. Miller, are you going to speak to an action item? Mr. Miller, you know what? We have a meeting to get through and city business. So if you're going to speak, you know the rules of this space.
Well, then why'd you let her?
Mr. Miller,
It's discrimination.
she
by
had
all
3
sorts of-
minutes.
So on 9D1, this was Slow Walk by Stacy Stout. It should have been declared long ago, matching up with the governor's resolution on it. And the way you do that is to address racism to bring our Catholic and black bus routes back to Camp Powell Square, right below here, or the biggest post office building, which Hartwell gave away to Ferris State for $1. So address it, and let's be specific. On 9B9, fourth, to Walker, before you pave it, bring back the bus route there. Buses ran on Valley, Walker to Fourth, and so on for generations. And you've killed it off while extending bus service out to Grand Valley State, outside of our six-city tax zone, and never recused yourself. And that's a vital link, and kindly bring back routes 12 and 18 fully to the west side. 9A1, the west side corridor. Again, that's the same issue. Let's bring back 12 and 18 service to the west side corridor. So, Aaron Jinks ever taken a position on bringing our Catholic bus routes here where they belong, not buried below the wealthy viaducts? 7.1. Future needs of housing, community development programs. One easy thing you could, not everyone deserves an apartment. Kid fresh out of college, I never had expected demand an apartment. Bounce the illegals. Illegals are illegal. 7.3, civilized conditions on the misanthropic rapid. 7.3 is climate change. Grand Rapids is a pillar of global warming because of the bus seats that are built out of the west side, and the bus seat conditions are miserable. So let's civilize conditions on the misanthropic rapid if we want to fight global warming. On 10, that would be 710, Mercy Health. They want to service expansion, but what kind of service? They're talking health or bus. Huge fan of Mercy Health. Many thanks, and this has been Watchdog Miller reporting to the House of the People. Please have a pleasant evening.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. All right, others wish to be heard?
Mayor and Commissioners, Ed Kettle, Taoiseach of the West Side. It's an Irish thing. I was pleased at your vote this morning with regarding the COPS funding. I think I look at this because I've been involved for so long that this is you're picking off these issues that have been brought up over the last few years, and I know it's probably not that evident to some people, but you really are. And this funding will allow you to meet the call for community policing. And I know you're dedicated to that. Most everyone in the community is. It's just how do you do it? And you found a way to do it. So I appreciate that, and I hope your votes will hold tonight and get it passed. Today in a public safety meeting, we got another report from Grand Rapids. Maybe I'm not supposed to say this, but from Grand Rapids Community College, and they're delving into a whole public safety offering on many, many different levels. So the world is starting to come around, so we can train people properly within the bounds that you want, and so, but we can't do it without money. So I highly encourage you to maintain your vote from this morning and get that passed and move on to other things. So that's all I have for you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard? Again, and this is on action items that we're voting on. Anyone else? All right, seeing Is anyone else coming up for action items?
Good evening. My name is Barbara Howard. I'm a resident of the Second Ward and have lived in Grand Rapids since 1978. In the early 80s, I served as president of the League of Women Voters, where we not only sought to educate voters, but also to inform our elected officials in order to encourage them to lead, especially when it comes to difficult issues. We're in a similar position now regarding the climate emergency. Grand Rapids used to have the reputation of leading on this issue, at one time being the city with the most LEED certified buildings in the nation. And I ask, what has happened? Where is the leadership now? The resolution that the commission is scheduled to pass tonight was written not to support real change, but to politically undermine the Climate Coalition's resolution, which is supported by over 50 community organizations and hundreds of individual citizens. That is not real leadership. That is cowardice. The city's proposal does absolutely nothing. It simply repeats statements and intentions already outlined in city policy. Frankly, it is a deception that seeks to present a caring image of a city leading on the climate emergency when it does nothing of the sort. Frankly, it is a waste of time. I realize that you're under pressure to cave to business interests by not requiring any real change, but that is simply not acceptable. You are elected by the citizens of the city, not by business or developers or banks. Your job, if you seek to serve, is to lead on this issue, one that will certainly affect all of us, including you. California and New York have already imposed a ban on the sale of gasoline engine automobiles by 2035, which has created a huge incentive to build the needed electric car infrastructure starting right now. This is just one example of how political leadership is vital to sparking real change. I am asking you to please reconsider your current approach, to table your resolution and return to negotiation with the Climate Coalition. This resolution needs to have teeth and accountability on both the commission and the community to stimulate real structural change to reduce carbon emissions. This is a pivotal time, not just for our city, but for the planet. We must lead with action, not platitudes or pretense. This will be your legacy. I and so many others living, and even those not born yet, are depending on you to make the right choice. This is your opportunity to lead. Please do so for the sake of us all.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard, and again, this is on action items that we're voting on tonight.
May I ask a clarifying question before I begin? I was just, I didn't know if the items that were moved from consent, if that is something we're talking about in this portion?
We
Okay.
are.
Thank you very much. All right. So when I was, my name is Kirk Schatz. I'm in the 3rd Ward. When I was looking through these resolutions, I saw some things that I thought were amazing and steps in the right direction, and things that are deeply concerning to me as a citizen. First of all, in the fiscal committee, B, number 2, the resolution accepting a grant award of $300,000 from for community-led violence reduction. I think that's a great move. That is what science says reduces violence and crime in our city, and we know that that is a huge issue our city is facing right now. But then when we move to number 4, it's accepting the continuation of a grant renewal award from the Auto Theft Prevention Authority, and it contradicts exactly the earlier community-led violence reduction. It concerns me because the approach to theft reduction and crime reduction is not something that GRPD has done safely for the community, and it worries me that that might lead to further policing in neighborhoods that are already over-policed and underfunded. So I was very concerned to see that. Then in Committee of the Whole, the resolution declaring racism a public health crisis in Grand Rapids, I think that's a great move. It's a great thing to say, but what are you doing about this public health crisis?
All right, I'm going to
here-
ask people, again, please respect the rules tonight.
We come
There's
here.
a lot of people here and a lot of people that want to be heard.
Can we pause my time if you're speaking to them,
We
please?
did, our city clerk did.
No, you didn't. I saw it ticking down. Thanks.
It's stopped right now.
It-
I'm, there's a lot of people that want to be heard, and so please be respectful of the rules of this space.
Okay. but you did take 5 seconds away from me. So, also the resolution declaring climate change a crisis. Absolutely, climate change is a crisis. It is traumatizing future generations of people. This is something that our city purports to care about. And I think that it's great declaring it, but there needs to be action on it now to keep this community safe. The St. Mercy's Health contract with GRPD, that is deeply concerning to me as well. I believe that that will lead to an increase in violence from GRPD to members of the community. We know that they use racism in their policing. We've experienced it, we've seen it firsthand, and increasing their budget, allowing more officers, especially into a hospital where people are experiencing medical crises, that's not a safe thing to do for anyone involved. That's danger to everyone that the police involve with themselves with there. I think that's deeply concerning, the opposite of safety. And then the cops grant, shameful, absolutely shameful. That's all I have to say about that. And then decriminalizing plants and fungi, I think that's a great resolution. It will lead to helping the community more, which is something that this commission purports to care about. I would just ask that you listen to the community who are speaking to you tonight. Black Lives Matter.
All right, others who wish to be heard?
Hi, my name is Gloria Cook, and I'm with the Second Ward, and I'm speaking about the climate resolution, your climate resolution. I am a member of the Grand Rapids Climate Resolution. And so today I just want to say in the Washington Post, today's kids will live through 3 times as many climate disasters as their grandparents. And this is with a study. If people manage to limit warming 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, newborns' risk of extreme heat exposure will fall almost by half. They could see 11% fewer crop failures and 27% fewer droughts, but the world is nowhere near meeting that 1.5 degree target. A UN report published earlier this month warned that based on the country's current climate pledges, greenhouse gas emissions could actually increase by 16% by the end of the decade. That would put the planet on track to be warmed by 2.7 degrees by the end of this century. So in regards to the climate crisis that you have stated, declaring a climate crisis is a description of global warming, climate change, and the consequences. Scientific America and major news outlets use the term emergency, which requires immediate action to halt, reverse, and address the consequences and causes of climate crisis. Cited throughout the resolution, you report about MDHS, the climate health related impact. You reference the IPCC, and you also quote Biden, who says there is little time left to avoid setting the world on a dangerous, potentially catastrophic climate trajectory. The appropriate declaration is climate emergency. Anything less is downplaying the need of immediate action. At the last commissioners' meeting, there was a presentation on affordable housing. Under the section, the city of Grand Rapids seeks to, there are 14 points. And the first one is the point being that residents should have the opportunity to live in healthy and safe housing. But nowhere in there did I see where this housing will be net zero. The buildings will be net zero. The whatever renovations they have, that they will be declared, that they will be built close to net zero as possible. And I want to know, is this a part of that plan? Will the buildings be net zero? And I would really like to have an answer to that, because climate solutions, along with social justice, should be embedded in all city plans, and we all can do 2030 if we all work together. We can do carbon neutral by 2030 with the cooperations of city officials, planners, citizens, builders, media, our agricultural community, educators, and activists who push for policy change and challenge the business as usual style, which is not fast enough in our current emergency. And I want to thank Barbara for what she said too.
Thank you. Thank you, Gloria.
Mayor, if I could, in response to your earlier question, staff has declared the room at capacity. And what we are doing to accommodate is on the first floor, for those that are not here yet, there will be monitors. And as people leave the ninth floor and go down, there will be allowing people to come up one at a time.
Okay, thank you. All right, others who share it?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Kimmy Spring. I'm with both the Creston Neighborhood Association and the Grand Rapids Climate Resolution Coalition. The city's resolution is on the right track. We've done a lot of things that are on the right track. But at this point, we need to work faster and harder. One of the very solid things that the city can do is make sure that that climate change solutions are embedded, Commissioner Lanier, I love that verb, are embedded in the master planning process. And not just like it's here or there maybe, but like in every section of the master planning process, because that's what we need to start doing is thinking creatively. We've never had to solve this problem. This is like going to the moon. This is not easy stuff, and we don't claim that it is. But we just have to start really focusing. So that's one thing the city can do. And I don't know how all the dynamics work, but as money and resources are coming in, either our money, our taxpayer money, state money, federal money, somehow we need to ensure that our frontline communities are first in line to get those resources. Not the developers to make carbon zero apartments that cost $3,000 a month, but as Gloria said, the people that are going to be working most likely are some of our nonprofit developers, getting new affordable housing, and not housing that's just safe and healthy, which is, of course, primary, but that is also carbon neutral or as close as we can get it. The good news about doing these climate solutions, they're all good for us. If we reduce our air pollution and have less asthma and less emergency rooms and less people, I mean, the statistics are amazing on asthma alone, how much work people miss, how much school people miss. And these are things that are going to make everything better for everyone. We're going to make the city even more walkable and have even better transportation. And I know the Rapids a little different from the city, but we need to all work together on this. And let's just make sure that we put people first who usually have been put last. I think that is primary. The equity piece that the city's already on track to do in many areas needs to specifically be emphasized here, because this is our future of our city and our BIPOC communities. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard? Hi, welcome.
Good evening. I'm John Constein, resident of Grand Rapids Township. I'm here as a member of Climate Witness Project, which is an alliance of local churches, which itself is an organization, a part of the Grand Rapids Climate Association. I agree with all the earlier comments, so I'm going to skip half my speech and get us out of here 1.5 minutes earlier, I hope. I follow the work of the city, attending the Energy Advisory Committee meetings since its inception. And I'm on record as saying it cheers me up on a wet weekday afternoon. Good people trying to do good things. It's not straightforward, but you've been working several years, progress has been made. I consider this to be an achievement in itself. However, climate change is accelerating and we need you to do a lot more. I'm sorry. And time is limited. United Nations IPCC quotes 2030 as the time when things need to be in place. If they're not in place, we've made decisions by default. So waiting to tackle this, it doesn't get better, unfortunately. Unlike my tax return, which is yet to be done, you can't punt it down the road. It's here now to go. Had we unlimited time, the resolution here, it's a fine resolution. It addresses municipal carbon emissions. It sets a trend. It sets a protocol in which to follow. Had we unlimited time, it would be fine. Given the time constraints we've got, 90 months we've got. This needs to be matched in step by goals for the whole community as well. The slice of the pie, which is municipal carbon emissions, is relatively small. And taking care of them is a great step, but we've got to expand. And we can't wait to see how this works and then expand to the next one. We kind of gave that game up about 15 years ago. Let's go in sequential. We need to be working in parallel on this. So the resolution as written is necessary but not sufficient. It cannot be a substitute for a broader programme, nor a reason to wait for answers. Climate change is the defining issue of our time. All the impacts mentioned earlier, they're there. So it's scary to make an open-ended mission, an open-ended commitment to prevent climate change in this community. And it would be great if we could find out what it is, but sometimes you have to say, action removes the doubt that theory alone cannot resolve. And not always. I mean, you need information here. We need smart people making smart decisions. But we have to act now. We can't wait for more information to come in. If we wait till everyone understands what's going on, we'll never get started. So let's invest in green infrastructure before climate disasters strike here. Get input from BIPOC and low-income communities who are the most vulnerable to climate impacts, and extend the remit of your commitment to the broader community. It's a tough ask, and yet we need to ask you to do it. And good luck. There are no bad people in this room. They're just people trying to do the right things, but we've got to do it faster, harder, stronger, better.
Thank you. All right, others who wish to be heard?
Good evening. My name is Tara Workman. I'm 15 years old. I'm a citizen of Grand Rapids, and I'm an organizer with Sunrise Grand Rapids, a youth climate justice movement, and a member of the Grand Rapids Climate Coalition. I'm speaking on the resolution to declare climate change a crisis. We as a coalition have been working for months to pass a resolution that would have the city commit to 100% net zero community-wide carbon emissions by 2030. And as that resolution started to gain traction and the coalition grew and grew, the city came out with this resolution, which declares climate change a crisis but makes no commitments to actual community-wide action. And while I recognize that this is a step in the right direction, I guess I'm just here to remind you of a few things that are on my mind a lot as a young person in your city and someone involved in climate justice work. First, you are some of the last people who will have the power and the ability to make these changes that we need. And if that statement is scary to you, good, it should be, because it's terrifying to me too, because your leadership on this issue has not shown me that we can trust you with that responsibility. Time is running out. Before I'm even old enough to vote, let alone run for office, it will be too late to make these decisions. So we have to turn to you. We're urging you to take the action that will actually confront this crisis at the scale it requires, and we're asking you to listen to the demands of my generation and of the community as a whole. If this resolution turns out to be a jumping off point for greater action, for an actual community-wide plan and mobilization that centers frontline communities, then great. Declaring climate change a crisis can be a good first step. But this in itself is not enough. And I hope that you don't think for one moment that passing this resolution is just going to placate us, that we're going to give you your brownie points and a pat on the back for passing something on climate and move on with our lives. We have to see better. The clock is ticking. We're running out of time. For years, Grand Rapids has been a leader in environmental action and sustainability. It's always been a source of pride for our city. But no longer. Grand Rapids is falling behind. The effects of your inaction already are detrimental and will only grow more catastrophic. Passing this resolution is not the solution. 100% community-wide carbon neutrality by 2030 must be the goal. You must do better than this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Commissioners. My name is Nate Raubiri. I'm a resident of the 2nd Ward. I'm also a supporter of the climate resolution crafted by the 57-member Grand Rapids Climate Resolution Coalition, which calls for community-wide carbon neutrality by 2030, while centering climate justice for frontline communities. Thank you for making an explicit statement via the resolution approved earlier today, declaring that the climate change crisis is real, and by urging equity-informed action by all other entities as soon as possible. I'm glad there is an explicit, scientifically backed city resolution on the danger climate change poses, and I'm glad that the city is doing so much on sustainability. Really, I enjoy living in a city, working on a strong tree canopy goal, River for All, beautiful parks, many other sustainability initiatives. But as a community member and a relatively young person, it's also demoralizing to realize that a leading city when it comes to sustainability that's relatively prosperous and is well positioned to take a leadership role is stating the urgency on climate and yet showing so little ambition in its timeline. In light of the science cited so compellingly in the city's resolution, it does not seem responsible to go after comfortable goals, even, quote, realistic goals, realistic as they're assessed against the current status quo. We need emergency mobilization. So I respect that y'all are putting equity first in your process, working closely with the Community Collaboration on Climate Change, C4, and members of BIPOC communities who are most affected by environmental injustices, including climate change. Residents like me want to see this work, though, include community-wide goals and a timeline that reflects the urgency of scientific data, all for the sake of responsibly managing the power entrusted to you, and for the sake of protecting human lives, especially human lives who are most vulnerable to the climate crisis. So I look forward to seeing you all do more and do it faster than you think possible from where you sit tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, others who wish to be heard?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dani Carecho Teniente. I'm with Michigan United, and I will be speaking on the importance of passing a climate resolution that will take Grand Rapids to carbon neutrality by 2030, as well as I will also be speaking about this in support of renaming Granville Avenue to Cesar A. Chavez Avenue and Franklin Street to Martin Luther King Jr. Street.
And,
It is communities.
and just to let you know, those are two separate public hearings. So you can speak now on the action items, and then I'll open up the public hearing related to the street naming a little bit later on.
Okay, sounds good. Most of the speeches. Okay, so it is communities like these that live on Cesar Chavez Avenue and Martin Luther King Jr. Street that will be hit the hardest by climate change, by the climate emergency. And I know this because I lived through the beginning of this emergency as I was growing up on Burden Street. My home lacked proper insulation, so during the winters, I felt the bittering cold of our Michigan winters every morning as I woke up and could see my breath just from how cold it was. Then during the summers, my parents had to struggle through financial hardships from the electricity cost to keep our home cool. And on that topic, it will be our working class communities that will be hit the hardest, especially our immigrant communities, because Michigan lacks driver licenses for immigrants. So while I could at least be warm on the bus to school, my parents had to brace the bittering cold as they waited for the bus just to get to work, both in the early hours of the morning and during the late hours at night. Now, while our financial situation has gotten better, there are still hundreds of families across this city that are suffering through these experiences. And let's remember that 2 years ago, we went through a polar vortex that shut down the state. We just got through a heat wave. And right now, I have some of my colleagues that are suffering through the floods happening in Detroit. And it can happen here in this city as well if we don't take action. In the city, I believe that this city can take action and can address these issues. And the city can do that by passing a bill that shows the urgency of our climate emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Good
Hi.
evening. My name is Linda McIntosh, and I live in the 17th District. And I am here because we have had more crime than I've ever seen in my life. And we don't have enough police. We as neighbors are doing what we're supposed to do as far as cameras. We're trying to do everything to help the police department. But when we call them, a young man got killed on my street. We called the police. It took them a while to get there because there is not enough. We have called them and called them and called them for 3 months now. We can't get anybody out because they have a memorial for the young man, and now the neighbors are going through Purity H because the people of the young man is study coming to the memorial site and study at 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning, raising all this sand, doing fireworks, doing everything they can to keep us up. We're hearing gunshots from a music that we didn't know was music. We thought it was gunshots. But we're tired. We need more help. When we call the police department, they don't have anybody for those type of calls. And it should be, because that's a nerve disturbance in our neighborhood. People have to go to work. Kids have to go to school. And we can't keep getting bothered like that. So I wish and hope that we get more police in our city, because it's not only my street going through it, it's a lot of streets going through it, because we have more guns on the street, we have more youths out here doing what they ain't got no business doing, and I feel sorry for the police department. I want help for the police department so they can help us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Please be respectful when people are speaking, even if you don't agree with them. Everyone has a right to be heard and respected in this space, regardless of whether you agree with their opinion or not.
Benny Ross, stay in the 3rd Ward. I'm not for sure if this is the appropriate time, but I will just say a few things, keep it short and simple. As the young lady was just speaking in regards to more policing in the community. We need it big. I have returned to the home where I grew up at, okay? My parents purchased it back in 1962 or so, or something like that. But I tell you, moving back within the area, I have never in my life heard as many gunshots, things happening in the community that we just need help with. In regards,
Benny, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can I just clarify, are you speaking to some of the items on our agenda tonight related to the grants?
that's all I was speaking
Okay,
about in
okay.
regards. I'm
Thank
not
you.
for sure
Just
if
wanna
this is
make
the
sure.
appropriate time.
So our
Yeah,
city,
I'm
it's
just-
appropriate time.
right.
Our clerk wants to make sure he's
Well, I'll
getting it
say
down
this right
right.
here. More policing. I'll give the next person the next time, so there we go right there.
Thank you.
That's
Appreciate
all I'll
it.
say.
I'm
Thanks.
sorry for interrupting you.
Good evening, buenas noches. My name is Reverend Mariela, and I am the Equity and Spiritual Advisor for Decriminalized Nature, Grand Rapids. I am here to say that what you voted on this morning to support our movement falls short of our request. You did not show support. You continue to perpetuate the status quo. You continue perpetuating white supremacy. Only white supremacy would say that a plant, a mushroom, is illegal. These are sacred plants that land-based people have used for thousands of years. It was the system of white supremacy that took this ancient sacred plant from my ancestors and made them illegal. Only white supremacy with its insistence on power and control would keep a human being from picking a mushroom from the forest, from growing a plant, for building a relationship with it. The citizens of Grand Rapids are suffering. We have one of the highest rates of depression in the entire country. I never experienced depression in my life until I got to Grand Rapids. And part of that is racism, that we continue to perpetuate white supremacy. And guess which is the majority of the population experiencing this devastating level of suffering? Suffering. It is Black and brown communities. People who have turned to these medicines for healing are at risk, and today we chose to not protect them. Today, we chose to not decriminalize nature like dozens of other cities in the country have done. You showed today how little you care for the suffering of our community, and you chose to continue to support white supremacy and its insistence in power and control over the citizens. A plant created by nature is not illegal. A mushroom is not illegal. These are gifts of creation. These are sentient beings. And every citizen of this city should have the freedom to build a relationship with another sentient being. As Michael Pollan puts it, why in the world would a fungus go to the trouble of producing a chemical compound that has such a radical effect on the minds of the animals that eat it? We demand that you do more than just show the illusion of support. You want to support our movement? You want to support Black lives in this city? Take action, do more, defund the police that terrorizes our communities. Dismantle the systems of oppression and control that keep our citizens in this city suffering. We expect more from you, and Black lives matter.
Thank you for your comments. Others who wish to be heard, please let people speak without responding so that everyone feels comfortable speaking and they feel like they're not walking up to a microphone as a minority voice. So everyone, regardless of how they feel about an issue, they have the right to be respected to share that opinion, whether you agree with it or not. And they shouldn't feel like it's uncomfortable for them to come up because they're hearing comments from the audience.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I am here to support the efforts of Decriminalize Nature Grand Rapids. My name is Laura Jacoba. I live in Lowell, but I work here in Grand Rapids. And I'd like to read an endorsement by Jesse Gould, who is the founder and president of the Heroic Hearts Project. He's an Army Ranger veteran and 3 combat deployments to Afghanistan. He has written a letter of support for our campaign that I will read a portion of. He wrote, "I am writing you today as both a military veteran and as a U.S. citizen, and I respectfully request your support of the initiative to decriminalize entheogenic plants and fungi. As a veteran, I represent the voice of a community that is suffering through an unprecedented mental health crisis. As a civilian, I bring the simple request to re-examine certain laws that are now outdated and preventing the emergence of effective treatment options. The prospect of decriminalization may seem daunting on the surface, but as he goes on to say in the letter, I could fill this entire letter with stories of veterans who have been saved through psychedelic therapy." He ended his 3-page endorsement letter saying this, "By bringing this topic into the light, we can honestly discuss all potentials for safe use and also protect against abuse. We are not criminals. We are not drug addicts. We are veterans who have fought for this country. We now need this country to fight for us." Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Others wish to be heard?
Good evening. I'm here to support the efforts of Decriminalize Nature Grand Rapids. My name is Kathy Roberts, and I live in Grand Rapids. I will read an endorsement from 2 West Michigan experts. Dr. Michael DeWild is a professor of management and philosophy and director of the Cousy Business Ethics Initiative at the Seidman College of Business at Grand Valley State University. And Dr. John Mulder is the chief medical consultant for hospice and palliative care and the director of the Division of Palliative Medicine at Michigan State University College of Human Medicine. On September 21, 2021, they write, "Entheogens are safe, naturally occurring, and in March of 2019, psilocybin was granted breakthrough designation for the treatment of depression by the FDA. We also know from a number of trials that entheogens have the power to treat addiction and other affliction in ways that show better outcomes than anything else currently available. What we have now is the chance to embrace the science that shows us the tremendous therapeutic potential of these various plants and compounds. We welcome the opportunity to be able to offer these options to our patients at the end of life and others who experience psychological distress, and look forward to a time when these substances will be openly available without penalty to those who can make best use of them. The world will be a healthier place when that day comes." So as someone who works in public health, and I do, in the past 8 years, we've seen the number of antidepressant pills double. In the past 8 years, anti-anxiety medications have gone up 15%. And if we can find a way to ease the suffering of others without unnecessarily burdening their bodies with ridding them of these, they're actually synthetic chemicals, right? And the body sees them as toxins. They prematurely age those who take them, their kidneys and liver. And this would be a much more human way to deal with these kinds of problems. And I want to thank you for your support this morning of this issue.
Thank you. Others wish to be heard?
Hi, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Chad, and I live in Grand Rapids. I'm here to support the efforts of Decriminalize Nature Grand Rapids. But I first want to say that I think both racism and climate change are public health crises, and I hope that you will take action to fight against them. So these are some highlights from an MLive article published on September 19th. Thousands of people young and old alike, gathered on the University of Michigan Diag for Ann Arbor's first ever Psychedelic Mushroom Festival Sunday. They came from across Michigan and as far away as California for EntheoFest, a celebration of entheogenic plants and fungi featured live music and speeches. University of Michigan police stood watch over the event. Police reported there were no issues or arrests. Several elected officials joined psychedelic activists Sunday in rallying the crowd to get behind efforts to decriminalize the substances throughout Michigan and signed petitions in support of Senate Bill 631, introduced by Senator Jeff Irwin. Entheogenic plants and fungi have tremendous promise for humans, Irwin said. Washington County Prosecutor Ellie Savitt and Chief Assistant Prosecutor Victoria Burton Harris told the crowd about their policy of not criminally charging anyone for entheogens, as they are not addictive and do not cause violence. Thank you for your vote this morning.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Others who wish to be heard?
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Williams. I am a resident of the Second Ward in the city of Grand Rapids. I'm also the co-director of Decriminalize Nature Michigan, the statewide movement to decriminalize these plants and fungi, and Senate co-author of Senate Bill 631. EntheoFest was an amazing experience that really shows the power and the will of the people in Michigan. Chad, thank you for speaking on that. It was a really great event. The issues we see in front of our city today highlight suffering of all classes of people, from climate change to based on where you live or what community you're part of. And we need to address suffering. And lighthearted comments that, you know, we support this, but we're not doing anything are not enough. I urge you to vote yes on the measure to decriminate nature as is, even though you did heavily edit it, and that saddens me. How can you support the legislative efforts to decriminalize nature if you remove the own legislative efforts that were introduced in your chambers? Further, that resolution states that you support state-level decriminalization. I would like to see the city post this measure, support Senate Bill 631 with a declaration as a city that this actually means something. Do something with the words you give. I come to you today as a recovering heroin addict and methamphetamine user. 10 years of my life are lost to misuse and lack of support systems. Yet I live in the great city that was once championed by Mayor Logie, who championed Drug Task Force, viewing the drug war as a public health crisis, not a public safety crisis that needs to be charged by police. Nobody should be criminalized for the use of a naturally occurring, unadulteratable plant or fungi that can heal our community's suffering in so many ways. It can heal our planet's suffering, the climate crisis. We can rebuild our relationship with nature. We can rebuild our community. I'd like to thank you all for your time and consideration, and please vote yes on this measure.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners and City staff. I'm Reverend Matthew Cockrum. I am a hospice chaplain and an advocate for plant medicine, and I am here to support the efforts of Decriminalize Nature Grand Rapids. I live in the First Ward. I'm going to read the first part of a letter from Carlos Plazola, who is the Decriminalize Nature National Board Chair and co-founder. He writes, "Dear Grand Rapids City Commission, The Decriminalize Nature movement and National Board is grateful for your courage in advancing the cause to decriminalize entheogens in your city so that people may heal with these ancient ancestral plants and fungi, or entheogens, without the fear of arrest and prosecution. With anxiety in our society at an all-time high due to COVID, with suicides on the rise and impacts of opiate addiction ubiquitous throughout America, the time couldn't be more critical to take bold and courageous action to decriminalize entheogens. To decriminalize entheogens. He continues, I have lived in Oakland for 23 years, working as a congressional aide to our local congresswoman, a chief of staff to our Oakland City Council president, and most recently as a business person for the last 15 years. I have recently spoken with current commission members, law enforcement personnel, as well as community leaders and activists to the following conclusions. Since the Decriminalize Nature resolution passed in Oakland, California, more than 2 years ago, there have been no reported emergencies or crises of people using entheogens. There have been no news reports of people harming themselves or others based on the use of entheogens. And there have been no reports of arrests based on dangerous behaviors of people while on these ancestral sacred plant medicines. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, others who wish to be heard?
Hi, Mayor and Commissioners. I am here to support the efforts of Decriminalize Nature Grand Rapids. My name is Libby Vanderplug, and I live in Grand Rapids. And I'll read the second part of the endorsement letter by Carlos Pazzola. In all communities of Oakland, low income, middle income, and wealthy, we are seeing more and more people educate themselves and others and engage in healing activities. But the fastest growth of healing work is coming out of our Latinx, immigrant, and Black communities, where there are regular workshops being held to teach others how to approach the plants and fungi with care, respect, and reverence. In our premise when we passed the resolution in June of 2019 was that people in community know how to support and care for each other. That it is human instinct to care for our neighbors when in need and to share information with each other about matters that are important to daily life, be it at places of worship, places of celebration, in living rooms, or over social media. And we're seeing this phenomenon more and more with educational events occurring regularly in Oakland. In short, our premise that community members are eager to support and inform each other about safe entheogenic use is proving to be true. A culture of support and generosity around these plants and fungi has emerged. Thank you again for your consideration of this resolution.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. All right, others wish to be heard?
Mayor, City Commissioners, good evening. My name is Brian Smith. I am a resident of Layton Township in Northeast Allegan County. And before I lived there, I was a resident of Grand Rapids in Heritage Hill. I'm here in support of Decriminalize Nature Grand Rapids. And I have a letter from Steve Alsam, who, as you may know, is the executive director of the Grand Rapids Red Project. It's a harm reduction agency in the 3rd Ward of Grand Rapids that provides health resources to prevent the spread of disease and save lives. Mr. Alsam writes, these plants and fungi have been shown to be effective in addressing PTSD, addiction, and other mental health related issues. PTSD leads to over 22 suicides every day by veterans of war. We must continue to care for those who have paid a high price to protect our freedom. These plants and fungi have a history of use that dates back thousands of years and are a large part of our ancestral and current practices for many people. We need public policy to catch up to current and historic practices. In addition to Mr. Alsam's words, I just want to give my personal support for the decriminalization of plant medicines and entheogens. Last time I was here, I shared my personal story with depression and anxiety, and I've tried all the tools that I have available to me, including psychotherapy, antidepressants, nature-based practices, yoga, meditation. The only thing that has significantly improved my mental health are plant medicines. And I want to say on behalf of the entire movement that we take this responsibility very seriously. And we would like you to consider the decriminalization instead of just support for our movement, because it means a lot to us. We've invested a lot of our time and efforts and emotions, and we realize that there are some very apparent benefits to us personally and our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm here to support the efforts of Decriminalize Nature Grand Rapids. My name is Deborah Lilly, and I live in the 3rd Ward in the city of Grand Rapids. I will read a few comments from Ann Bannister, former Ann Arbor City Councilwoman. I want to encourage other politicians to work with Decriminalize Nature. Thank you to Senator Jeff Irwin and State Representative Yusuf Rabbi for sponsoring State Senate Bill 631, which seeks to decriminalize entheogens in Michigan. Thank you to Eli Savit, the Washtenaw County prosecutor, who has agreed not to prosecute cases against residents of Washtenaw County for possession or use of mushrooms or other entheogens. You are standing up to improve your constituents' mental health, to help with their addiction recovery, and to strengthen their tie with the environment. Entheogens will be legalized and available to those that can afford them. Our work is not done until they are decriminalized and made available to anyone who seeks healing with them. If you are a local politician here in Grand Rapids and have questions, please reach out to Ann Bannister in Ann Arbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hi, I'm Mary Reed Kelly. I live in East Grand Rapids, but I'm here as a co-founder and board member of Decriminalize Nature Grand Rapids. And I wanted to read a letter written by Dr. Larry Norris, a co-founder of Decriminalize Nature National, that he's written to you all, to the commission. Grand Rapids is now a leader in the decriminalization movement, offering support to eliminate punitive penalties around entheogens, which studies show have enormous potential for healing and personal and spiritual growth. Your leadership on this issue is what the world needs right now. With increasing societal disconnection and challenges from COVID, substance use issues, and other mental health concerns, entheogenic plants and fungi can provide the opportunity for people to find a way out and begin to chart a new path toward healing. By supporting the policy to decriminalize entheogens, you're standing on the right side of history, bringing attention to profound ways for our communities to heal. Thank you very much for your courageous leadership. That again is from Dr. Larry Norris, who's co-chair and founder of Decriminalize Nature National. And I want to say from myself that we really have appreciated you listening and learning with us, and we look forward to continued building of these relationships and learning more together. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hi, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm here in support of the efforts of Decriminalize Nature Grand Rapids. My name is Eric Olson, and I live in Midtown Grand Rapids. According to a 2017 study, The Best and Worst Cities for Depression by Insurance Providers, Grand Rapids has the highest rate of depression among large U.S. metro cities in the country. In 2018, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration granted psilocybin in entheogenic medicinal mushrooms breakthrough therapy status because of its effectiveness in the treatment of depression. In addition to treating depression, studies from Johns Hopkins University and the U.S. Food and Drug Administration and other reputable institutions have shown that psilocybin-containing mushrooms, mescaline-containing cacti, plants containing ibogaine, and plant-derived ayahuasca brews offer promising relief from end-of-life anxiety, addiction, PTSD, as well as profound life-changing experiences in consciousness. Given that we are experiencing major untreated community health problems and our city government is likely to struggle substantially to rebound from COVID-19, we are hoping the city of Grand Rapids will continue to not expend city resources in any investigation, detention, arrest, or prosecution of people who use natural plants and fungi medicines. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hello, my name is Jay Rickert. I live in southern Grand Rapids, and I'm here to support the decriminalized nature movement. And I wanted to share a story. So before I used psychedelics, I was very invested in my social world. I built up this way of thinking about life that everything that occupied my attention was of the utmost importance, and something that went bad socially felt crushing. But when you use psychedelics, you suddenly can't focus on any of these artificial important matters. Instead, you are confronted with only the most important fact of life, that you are a living, breathing creature. It's similar to if you fell ill, suddenly you would be aware of your being alive and only really the most important things to you because of the concern of your own mortality. And beyond those perceived benefits, I like psychedelics as a way to find deep existential inspiration really at any period. And so I would, in my past, relish opportunities to do it and seek ways out. And this led to me going onto the deep web and using the drug marketplace running there. At the time, I was 25, and a friend and fellow psychedelic enthusiast who was 3 years younger was showing interest in my use of DMT. We lived in different states, and so I decided I would buy her DMT and have it sent directly to her house. The vendor I purchased from, who would be outed on Reddit a year later for doing this to multiple people, sent fentanyl to my friend instead of DMT. We got on Skype together to use DMT in unison, neither of us knowing any better, and by the time I understood that something was wrong, she was already dead. In the years following, I went through strong bouts of depression and thoughts of suicide. None of this would happen if the sharing of psychedelics could be done without the risk of incarceration. If we were in a setting where I had the opportunity to know the individual and speak with the individual providing the psychedelic, my friend would still be alive today. Whatever you think about my actions, know that my motivations and actions are not unique. There are so many Americans who could be across from you saying the same thing. In fact, if you look at some of the numbers surrounding drugs, they paint a picture that needs reconciling. For example, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration determined over half of Americans will, at some point in their adult life, use psychoactive drugs, most of which are criminalized. And I have the sources on here if you're interested. Looking at the available information on the FBI's website surrounding arrests, we find that over the last 20 years, approximately 40 million Americans were arrested for drug crimes. That ends up being 1 in 7 Americans. And if half of them at one point use illegal drugs during their life, that means of that half, 1 out of 3 people will be arrested within a 20-year window. This is on top of a poll from ACLU indicating that 2/3 of Americans want to decriminalize all drugs.
Thank you, Jay. Your time's up. Thanks. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hello, my name is Andra. I'm from Grand Rapids. I'd like to show support for the decriminalization of fungi plants. MLive released an article today. I guess y'all voted on this morning. There were 2 dissenting votes, one from Commissioner Moody and one from Commissioner Lanier. Lanier citing Had it been a part of a larger package of decriminalization of different offenses in our city, it probably would have been a little more palatable, Lanier said. While she appreciates the information shared by Decriminalize Nature Grand Rapids, she said she also would have liked the city to hear from a public health institution on the potential medicinal benefits of entheogens, similar to when the city considered medical marijuana. And then it goes on to say that she just doesn't think there's enough research to vote towards decriminalizing psilocybin right now. And I just find that really odd because there is a ton of research on psilocybin and other fungi plants and how beneficial they are. And I would like all of you to just put yourself in these people's shoes. They've taken pills for years with a long list of side effects that only made them suffer even more. Pills that are very expensive, and they finally found a natural plant that not only brought them healing, but helped them feel joy for the first time in many years. So I'd like all of you to think about how you would feel if that were the case for you all. And I'd also like to speak on the climate crisis. It makes my heart smile that there are young generation standing up against climate crisis. I'd like to quote, I don't know who wrote this quote, but one who plants a tree who will never sit in its shade has started to figure out the meaning of life. The time is now. You all can say you're going to pass the resolution, but we'd like you to act on it for our future generations, for my kids, for their kids. The time is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hi, my name is Christian. I live in the 3rd Ward, and I'm here to talk about the resolution to declare racism a public health crisis. I think it's very ironic that the city is doing that as they allow the brutalization of black and brown people in the 3rd Ward by GRPD and the brutalization of protesters for protesting that brutality. And I'll comment more on that later because I don't want to make y'all mad. But I also want to show support for the Decriminalize Nature agenda item today. I think that psilocybin mushrooms or psilocybin medicinal mushrooms are very, very important in that they bring a lot of good things to antidepressant science. And that I do agree with many of the people here that antidepressant pills don't do much except maybe make you into a vegetable, make you less happy, and they have a lot of side effects that do physical things to your body, like make you throw up, and there's many acid reflux happens, and it's just not a good thing for your body, in my opinion, and that we should use the resources that the earth gave us, psilocybin mushrooms, to our advantage, because that's very important. And I also want to talk about this agenda item regarding the resolution accepting a grant from the Department of Justice regarding policing. I think that hiring 5 more police officers in a city where we should focus more on diversifying our police force, or in my opinion, abolishing it, but I'll be a little more civil, diversifying our police force so we can have more trust within our police community. I think that's exactly what we need to do instead of accepting grants to hire more police officers. As we can see, the majority of police officers that respond to calls are either white or white passing. And for a young black or brown person to have a white person pointing a gun at them every time they are accused of a crime or they're accused of a violent crime, that is traumatizing to them. And instead of doing something like that where you accept $1.6 million from not even just the Department of Justice, but I think it's also, it says in the beginning, Homeland Security, we should instead invest more money into diversifying our police force and invest some of that more money into not only diversing our police force, but more into the community, because that's exactly what we need. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. All right, others wish to be heard?
I am Dighton. I am also up here to speak on declaring racism a public health crisis. I do also kind of find it a little bit ironic considering that on Saturday, our very own police department sent people protesting for Black lives and people protesting against police brutality were sent with minor injuries to a hospital. I think that is a
Please let him speak. He deserves to be heard.
Okay. I do believe that what happened on Saturday was for certainly racist police officers either traumatizing or physically injuring people of color or people expressing their voices in support of people of color. I think it is absolutely disgusting and absurd. I think that this declaration needs to be showed up with action by defunding the Grand Rapids Police Department so they can have less resources to continue to brutalize communities of color and those who support them. I would also like to say I am in support of declaring the climate crisis a public health crisis as well, but I would also like to say that simply declaring something a public health crisis is empty words without policies to back it up. And so far in the city of Grand Rapids, I've seen very little policies to back up improving living conditions of people of color or people in the most need and people suffering under a public health crisis, whether it be racism or whether it be climate change. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hello, Russell Olmsted, West Side, Grand Rapids. Pleasure to see most of your face again. It's been a while since I've been able to be here in person, as any of us, so many things I'd like to talk on, but primarily on this would be around the COPS grant, although I, of course, am in favor of the policies towards racism as a public health crisis, as well as action on climate change and decriminalizing nature, completely in support of all of those. But with the COPS grant, we've gone from just over a year ago, to where we were a bureaucratic switcheroo on this committee, from a vote to reallocate and defund, to now actually accepting more money for more police. It's troubling that in that time we're at this point, that we're taking this vote and voting in favor of taking this money. I understand there could be an argument for attrition of police force, but these grants put municipalities in a revolving door of depending on these grants and not being able to vote on the budget and allocate the budget as they want and as the community wants and demands. So accepting this money in a short-term fix for possibly delaying attrition can tie the hands 3, 4, 5, 6 years from now from actually getting to the goals of defunding and reallocation, which is the only way to deal with the problems of crime in any sort of community. If you look through the history of our city, the history of any city in the United States, since the inception of policing, we constantly go through these cycles of interest in change and fear of that change. And we never make that step to reimagining new types of community security, community taking care of themselves. We never actually take that leap because we're afraid of changing the norm. We don't have to steer this entire ship and change it all at once, but in this vote, you have the opportunity to be able to take that step in steering the ship towards defunding and reallocation. So I implore you to please consider that. Consider what the community has been demanding for generations. And back up the words of that racism statement, racism being a public health crisis. We have to change how policing is done in America, and we can do that here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Russ. All right, we'll take 2 more comments, then I'm going to close this public comment period so that we can get to the action items and get to the scheduled public hearings. I know several people are here for those scheduled public hearings, and I want to make sure you have an opportunity to be heard. Go ahead. Mr. Miller, sit down and do not yell from the back of the room. Mr. Miller, you need to sit down. It is not your time to speak.
All right. Good evening. My name is Abigail Bartlett. I am a resident of Kent County in Alto, Michigan. I co-chair the Grand Rapids Climate Resolution Coalition, and I'm here tonight to talk about the resolution that the city has created and is probably subsequently going to pass. I want to recognize, I think it's important to say, I think the city has made strides to do some work in climate. Do I think you've done enough? No. I'm relatively new to climate organizing, and I'm new because of the urgency that I know with new reports coming out. And honestly, like a doom and gloom future about like what does my life look like in 30 years and what that looks like. So today I was encouraged, Greta Thunberg, I never know how to say her name. Anyway, she spoke on the climate work, and today, I quote her, she says, "All we hear is blah, blah, blah. All we hear are words that sound great, but so far has led to no action." And honestly, let's be real, a lot of resolutions, we know this, you know this, resolutions don't actually mean policy change. They mean, we'll commit to this, but there's no repercussions. And that's true for ours, that's true for decriminalized nature, that's true for declaring public health, racism a public health crisis. And so while I think they are important steps for the city to take, they are not the only way that they can go. And I hope that there is more action to back up and policies to support that work going forward. And not just policies, but community engagement. I think early on when we met with city officials, one of the things they said was, where's your community engagement in all of this? And what happened quickly on was that the city came up with a resolution lacking community engagement. The thing that we were told we were supposed to do, which is pretty disheartening. To know that you're asking something of us that you didn't do yourselves. And so I hope that going forward, I know resolutions are not a big thing, but I hope that these policies and resolutions, whatever that looks like, really comes from a heart of engaging community members and not just what bureaucracy thinks is important. And so while the city, again, is in the right step, I think that the city still needs to work on moving up the time frame of 2030 to really implement infrastructure change, as well as impacts of global warming, and also engaging community. I will note, I appreciate Commissioner Lanier that last week you said, I'll be here early to communicate with people who are interested, and you did show up, and I appreciate that. But I think initiative from the city to actually go out in the community to do that is what your job is, and I hope that that will be something you do more. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Hello, I'm Emily Oxford. I'm a resident of the 2nd Ward. I would like to start by voicing my wholehearted support for the resolution declaring racism a public health crisis and the resolution declaring climate change a crisis. I agree with comments that others have made in regards to actually putting some teeth into these resolutions and ensuring that there are laws and protocols in place to actually take the steps that are in the spirit of the resolution. But I want to speak a little bit more about decriminalizing entheogenic plant usage. I've never actually had to say that out loud before. And I would like to start by saying, even though some of the things I might be about to say might seem to be encouraging a more quote unquote, like traditional white supremacist, not that, a more traditional medical, which occasionally is white supremacist, that's a whole nother can of worms approach to mental health and treating issues. I do want to say from the outset, just to avoid any misinterpretation, that I am fully in support of decriminalizing. I am someone who has benefited greatly from antidepressants, not the entheogenic kind. At 18 years old, I started having obsessive thoughts that I couldn't make sense of. And what I ended up being diagnosed with was OCD. It's a very difficult disease to explain to people, but the gist of it is most people have thoughts that just come to them from nowhere. They could be disturbing, they could be nonsensical. Your brain automatically filters out, okay, that's a nonsense thought, that's just a misfiring. For someone with OCD, that ability to recognize a misfire is completely out of whack. So if I got a thought about violence, it would turn into a constant worrying that I would harm myself or that I would harm others around me, despite having no intent to do so. And that lasted for several months. And it was absolutely terrifying to be going through life and, I was afraid to use knives to cut up things on the off chance that I would somehow have an impulse to do something horrible. And I was lucky. I got someone who was able to diagnose me correctly. I went through several iterations of medication, but then finally, after a couple years, I landed on a combination of antidepressants that worked for me. And I'm on those to this day. But if I could have saved my 18-year-old self the pain of feeling so alone and dealing with those issues and having medication after medication not work for me, I absolutely wish that that could have been an option for me. And I think not everyone is as lucky as me to be able to actually, have the biology in place to benefit from other antidepressant treatments. So I do think that at a minimum, we should decriminalize these substances to help people who may have worse luck than I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're going to close that public comment period, and that will take us to approval of our minutes from our last meeting that occurred on September 14th. Commissioners, can I get a motion?
Move. Support.
All right, moved and supported. Any additional questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. Next, that will take us to petitions and communications.
The first one is a communication received from Miranda Van Zigeren, Divisional Director of Community Rebuilders, with documents regarding the past performance and future needs of housing and community development programs.
That is received and filed.
Communication received from Burton Heights Business Association requesting a greater police presence in Burton Heights.
That is received and filed.
9 communications received regarding climate change.
That is received and filed.
Communication received from Decriminalize Nature Grand Rapids, which includes an informational packet.
That is received and filed.
Communication received from Kenneth Fawcett, Medical Director for Health Equity Spectrum Health West Michigan, expressing support for a resolution to consider racism as a public health crisis.
That's received and filed.
35 communications received expressing support for Franklin Street to Martin Luther King Jr. Street and Granville Avenue to Cesar E. Chavez Avenue street name changes.
All 35 of those are received and filed.
5 communications received expressing opposition to the Franklin Street to Martin Luther King Jr. Street and Granville Avenue to Cesar E. Chavez Avenue street name changes.
Those are received and filed.
Communication received from Chad Bassett urging the commission to have a strong police presence and to enforce laws.
That is received and filed.
Communication received from Silent Observer expressing support for the acceptance of the COPS grant.
That is received and filed.
Communication received from Kurt McDonald, Mercy Health St. Mary's, with attached petition in support of service expansion.
That's received and filed.
And communication received from Granville Avenue Arts and Humanities with explanation of their guiding principles as they relate to the proposed street name changes.
All right, and those are also received and filed. All right, that will take us to reports of city officers, and we have 2 items.
The first one is Comptroller's report for the period of September 1, 2021 through September 14, 2021 in the amount of $19,760,758.64.
That's received and filed.
And Treasurer's report for the period of August 28, 21 through September 10, 2021.
And that is also received and filed. All right, next that will take us to our consent agenda. So our consent agenda are items that we voted on earlier today in one of our standing committee meetings, and they were voted on unanimously. So tonight with one voice vote, those items will be adopted. Commissioners, can I get a motion for the consent agenda?
Moved. Support.
Moved and supported. Any additional questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, Commissioners, that will take us to items removed from consent. We have 4 items that had been removed from consent for us to consider tonight. We'll start with the first one.
The first one is a resolution approving the City Commission's appointment of Rafael Castanon to the Board of Zoning Appeals.
All right, can I get a motion?
So moved. Support.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioner Moody from our Appointments Committee, you want to tell us about this?
Yes, Madam Mayor. This is a resolution which has been prepared to approve the City Commission's appointment of Rafael Castanon to the Board of Zoning Appeals for the remainder of 3-year term ending in January 2nd of 2023.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioners, it's removed from consent to give one of our colleagues an opportunity to abstain. Any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Any abstentions?
Yes.
Thank you. It carries. Next, I will take us to a resolution approving a Mercy Health St. Mary's contract for GRPD staffing for a total amount of $779,778. Can I get a motion?
Moved.
Oh, you're supposed to read that.
That's fine.
Sorry about that. Motion, do I have a support?
Support.
All right, Commissioner Jones, you want to tell us about this? Commissioner Jones, this has been discussed at our Public Safety Committee meeting with the recommendation from that body to move it forward.
Yes. The Grand Rapids Police Department has provided police officers on an overtime basis to Mercy Health St. Mary's Hospital since April of 2018 to provide law enforcement services in their emergency department. Mercy Health St. Mary's has found this arrangement very beneficial and would like to make this arrangement permanent and is prepared to pay the full cost of 2 full-time police officers to provide 1 officer coverage 12 hours per day, 7 days per week. They would like the option to move to 24-hour coverage in the future with the funding of additional full-time positions. To fulfill such contract, GRPD would need to hire 2 additional officers with a corresponding increase in authorizing sworn staffing, but would be financially reimbursed by Mercy Health St. Mary's for the additional expense. The cost of 2 senior officers for the remainder of fiscal year 22 is $187,434. Total cost of the contract period is $779,778. Funding from Mercy Health St. Mary's Hospital is discontinued. In the future, the positions will be removed from the city's roster.
Thank you, Commissioner. So this is off consent because it was a split vote today, so I'll open it up for additional questions or comments. Commissioner Sassi?
Thank you, Mayor. This was split because of my no vote. I shared at Fiscal Committee today my concern about the privatization of our public services as we also look at our current staffing levels. I don't know what the exact number is, but probably between 20 and 30 that we have not filled. To bring an item like this that would be contingent upon a full staffing of our public safety force makes me think, why are we doing this right now? I also think that we have other precedents in this community of other institutions, whether they be educational or also healthcare, who have made an investment in the public safety efforts in their organizations. And so my intention is to vote no again today because of those items. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? Commissioner Lanier?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Isasi, for those details. I was unable to hear and have not had a chance to review the fiscal meeting, but I do have a question regarding the timing of this. I know in earlier discussion, City Manager, I was making very similar comments about the timing with us being understaffed, and I think we had during our Committee of the Whole meeting some information regarding when we would be fully staffed. I think in our public comments earlier today, we had neighbors sharing their concerns about staffing and not being able to be served timely. And so I'm curious about the timing of this and whether this is the best time. And I'm not sure if it's tied to something. I know like the COPS grant, it was tied to a date. Based on what I was able to read, I didn't see that was the case here. So I'm concerned that this is premature.
All right. City Manager, do you want to respond or do you?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. The police department's already staffing St. Mary's at this time and is doing it primarily with overtime. So this provides more sustainable and predictable staffing for the department so they can redeploy people within the community. In terms of the time, my understanding, and the chief is here, is that this will not be prioritized prior to other staffing efforts. It is the funding commitment, the contractual commitment, so they'll continue to do overtime until we are fully staffed, and then at such time, they will then begin the redeployment to St. Mary's. The chief is here to confirm that.
And would you then be in opposition if we were to postpone this discussion and vote until such time? Because I think when we were talking earlier, and I don't have my notes, I think we were talking February.
I think the department's preference is to move forward with the contractual arrangement because that won't affect the staffing. It gets the contract in place. So, but if that is this body's prerogative, that'll be your prerogative. But the staff's preference is to get the contract in place.
Yeah, and I think, I have, and I think I've said this from this table before, that it's challenging to do extra credit before you do the homework. And if we have a need in our city that potentially can go unmet because we're meeting a need that is outside of our needs that we should be meeting just in general, that's a challenge. And so, I don't think there is any concern with making any modifications with the existing established relationship. I think I understand, and based on St. Mary's history with needing the police department to be supportive of their efforts, I understand all of that history, but I'm challenged by hearing citizens talk about in all neighborhoods across this entire city talk about not being calls not being returned timely for real issues that they're experiencing, and then to enter into a contract. To me, when you enter into a contract, you should be able to fulfill it. And if we're unable to fulfill it until we're fully staffed, and we're thinking we will be fully staffed in February, I think it's premature. Now, obviously, I'm just one vote too, but I just think it would be great for us to recognize if our actions are what we're saying the actions are, then this to me should be a no-brainer to pull it.
So Commissioner, I think I'm going to have the chief come up. I recall the conversation at Public Safety, and my understanding was before there was comfort to move forward with hiring additional staff, they wanted to make sure that there was funding in place for that hiring, but implementation wouldn't happen until there was adequate staffing. So Chief, is my memory correct? Do you want to add to that?
No, Mayor, you're correct. We would not fill these positions until we're adequately staffed to meet the neighborhood concerns. Before we would have, and St. Mary's is fully aware of that it would be, it would not be immediate. It could be as late as February or maybe even summer before we were able to fill these positions.
So I'd like to make a motion that we postpone this discussion until we're fully staffed in our police department and meeting the needs of our city's needs.
Support.
All right, there's a motion before us to postpone and support. I'll call do we want to speak to that at all? And maybe the chief can speak to timing, if this is an urgent issue or if it can wait, if there's a concern of yours related to timing.
Mayor, I just want to defer to the chief, but it's, as I indicated earlier, this was the staff's recommendation. It's the body's prerogative if you wish to go a different direction. But this is what the chief brought forward.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I'm just curious if there is a timing issue. I'm supportive of this moving forward, based on the information you shared. But I'm just curious, from your perspective, Chief, if there's a timing issue.
I got a commissioner asking, or?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner O'Connor.
No, I think this is as stated in the resolution that there's an addition of we're adding 2 additional people to do this at a future date, and so I think
having a contractual obligation to ensure that there is funding available gives our department the ability to plan for those hires at the future date, rather than say in a future date. They have certainty that if they go and, as we all know, it takes time to recruit, train, and onboard someone into one of those positions. So this gives some certainty to know that process can play out, and they have the funding set aside and ready to go when that becomes able.
And that is correct, Commissioner and Mayor. That's what we were looking at as part of the planning process for the next year, knowing that this contract's in place, knowing that at some point we would be filling it, but it was all part of the planning process.
Okay, so thank you for that. So the motion before us is to postpone, is that what you said, Commissioner?
Yeah.
To postpone. So those in favor of postponing, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed to postponing, say nay.
Nay.
Okay. Can I have you raise your hands? I'm sorry. It's harder to hear with these. Those who are supportive of postponing, please raise your hand. Those not supportive of postponing and wishes to vote on this today, raise your hand. That's 4 of us. Motion fails. So the original motion is back before us, and that is the original resolution. Any additional comments or questions? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
It carries on I'm a yes, and so it carries on a 4-3 vote. All right, that will take us to our third resolution before us tonight.
That's a resolution accepting a U.S. Department of Justice Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services, or COPS grant, in the amount of $625,000 with a required local match of $1,709,962 to hire 5 additional police officers.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioner O'Connor from our fiscal committee, you want to tell us about this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. After a recommendation from our Public Safety Committee to accept this grant, we had a robust discussion this morning at our fiscal committee concerning this. This is a COPS grant, as it's community-oriented policing services. Would add 5 additional officers for a period of 4 years' time. We would receive $625,000 from the federal government to support those community-oriented police officers. The city would have some cost. The debate this morning centered around the idea, as Commissioner Yasasi just brought up about the privatization of our policing services. We had some commitments from both private enterprise as well as from our downtown improvement district to help support this. But after a discussion, we removed the private funding as well as the DID funding, and have had all a unanimous vote to bring it forward with just city funding for this grant opportunity. And again, I think as the chief has spoken about, this is building capacity for the future, knowing that we have significant amount of retirements and folks leaving the department. So we're trying to build a buffer as we recruit and train our own police officers.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? Commissioner Ruppert?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Well, first, I just want to say thanks to my colleagues. I've spoken with each of you over the past few weeks about this, and it certainly is complicated. And I respect the fiscal committee's ability to compromise and deliberate this morning. And I support the amendments that are made to this resolution. I was uncomfortable accepting private money to fund public safety. I also think it's important that we allow the chief to, if we are going to add resources, to put those where he thinks that they need to go. And so I think that those changes are a good improvement to the resolution. But I also support the staffing and deployment study, which, that came out about 2 years ago, and it was pretty definitive that we have adequate staffing for patrol at that time. Now a lot's changed since that study was proposed. Some of those things, there's some alarming data that has changed since then, and certain violent crimes have gone up, and that's harrowing and something that we need to take into consideration. But we also heard this morning of a lot of a promise of the strategic direction that we've picked, and those strategies take time. Those community-based strategies take time, whether that's neighborhood policing or cure violence. That stuff takes time, and so I think that I was encouraged to hear that that we're going to continue looking at calls for service. 3,500 calls for service a year for parking, and we're going to take that off of the plate of the department. The homeless outreach team is out there responding to calls, and we're going to add to that the behavioral mental health co-response model. In that same study, it showed that every year we have 1,000 calls for non-threatening suicide, 3,500 calls for well checks. These are the kinds of things that we can solve without policing strategies. We also saw that the redeployment of the community policing specialists. So I learned when that study came out that community policing specialists only spend about a quarter of their time on policing and 75% of their time on events and things. And with our metric-based, data-based decision-making, we saw that we already in 1 year's time had a 5% increase in beats that are covered 24/7. And that's because those kinds of things release the pressure off of the department, which is what I want to see happen. I want to see the pressure released from the department by asking them to do less things, and then we can empower them to focus on the things that are important. So I believe we need to stay on this course. I believe it's going to lead to a reduction in violence and an increased sense of safety and belonging for everybody. We are in a period of transition, and so I can acknowledge the desire to do something. But I feel, for me, it's similarly to the way that Commissioner Lanier brought it up about the Mercy Health discussion. For me, it's about timing. In my 4 years as a commissioner, we've had opportunities at least 3 times to approve COPS grants. If we are short 20 officers now, before making this type of decision, I would love for us to be at full strength so that we can feel what that feels like. And we can decide whether or not we do need to add additional. So like I said, I greatly respect the discussion and the deliberation, the compromise, but it's important to me to express my thoughts about this particular grant.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. Appreciate that. Commissioners, other comments before I call the question? Commissioner Leonard?
I'll try and make it fast. I know we have children here who I'm guessing would like to speak, and so there's a lot to say, but I think just like with the previous discussion, I'm hopeful that we can fully implement the neighborhood policing model that came through the strategic plan, because that model is really about building relationships in community and helping the community to know who is assigned to police in that neighborhood, so that once relationships are built, that the interactions that occur can be healthy, even if they're not in agreement with whatever's going on. And so I think that that's my primary point that I would like to make. And I just want to share, as we were discussing this earlier, as we were having the update on our strategic plan, is just to make sure that we are looking at recruiting in an equitable way so that we can have a police force that mirrors the community that we serve. And I think that there's value in doing that, not only for the officers, but also for the community to be able to do that. And so it's challenging to hear that we haven't hired, and because we know that through attrition that the need is great in the police department, specifically because of all of the hiring that happened in the 90s. And so I just want to make sure that I make that point, and just wanted to share with the fiscal committee that I'm appreciative of your conversation from earlier today that got us to this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Good feedback, and good feedback also earlier today on the update from the chief. So appreciated the update on what they're doing to hire and diversify the force. Thanks. Commissioner Isasi?
Thank you, Mayor. I will be brief as well. In fiscal committee, I talked quite a bit about how it was probably unlikely that I would be the person to make an amendment given some of my past statements. And I think this work of municipal government we would like it to be change that we can see in front of us, in term limited seats. And I have come to believe and accept that it probably isn't going to be, that the things that we do today will not have we won't see the immediate change. And so for me, I felt that this amendment or this resolution as it was originally written would be approved. And I thought, what can I do? What should I do? How can I have an impact in what I'd like to see? And so for me, it came down to the specific language about where money was going to be coming from, specific parts of our community, and this reality of the core city services that we provide. And if we have enough money, then we can do it in a certain area. And so I think to me that opens a very big door of sort of a pay to play, or what if people wanted to opt out of things, which people have come to us and asked that in different realms as well. And so for me, this is certainly a compromise. It's certainly not something that I thought that I would be putting forth an amendment, but I'm hopeful that it will lead to the number of things, Commissioner Lanier and Commissioner Reppert, that you talked about, whether it's ensuring diverse staffing, and classes that take the time, the energy to work with different partners to ensure that that pipeline of individuals to continue to look at ways that we can make changes, to things like our Civilian Appeals Board, to look at other ways that we recognize what should be done what needs to be done in the city and by who does that. So just wanted to verbalize again tonight what I shared in fiscal committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see if anyone else wish to be heard before I go back to Commissioner Lanier. Okay, Commissioner Lanier.
Yeah, and this will be really quickly. I think because we have a large audience here tonight, I want to encourage all of you. I happened to run into Nia, one of the recruiters for the police department today, and I just want to encourage you all to be the change that you want to see, and encourage people to apply to become officers, because if you stay outside of a system,
It is Commissioner Lanier's turn to speak.
if you stay outside of a system, then the change that you are seeking, you'll have a challenging time seeing what it is that you want. And I think that's important. And I just want to share with all of you that I think it's important to also get involved.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, any other questions or comments before I call the question? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
It carries. All right. That will take us to our fourth item off consent.
A resolution declaring support for decriminalizing the use and possession of entheogenic plants and fungi at the local, state, and federal level. First time I said that out loud, too.
Yeah. Got to practice.
Support.
All right. Moved and supported by Commissioner O'Connor and Commissioner Reppert. Commissioner Reppert, you want to tell us about this?
Yeah, thanks. This is off consent because it was a 5-2 vote, but this resolution kind of reminds the community of our current practice of GRPD, that this is currently treated as lowest law enforcement priority. It also affirms our desire for that to continue and affirms our commitment to advocacy at local, state, and federal level for decriminalization of these plants.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I appreciate everyone coming out tonight and those who've reached out to us about this issue. I recognize it's an important issue, and there is a medicinal aspect. And I am familiar with the Senate Bill 631. So after we vote tonight, I'll be reaching out to our legislators to personally express my support for that bill package. We know that we really need the changes at the state and federal level, that there's only so much we can do locally because this really is a state law. So with that, I'll see if there's any other questions or comments. Okay, I'll call the vote. I'm sorry, Commissioner Moody and then Commissioner Lanier.
Ladies always first.
So, I'm sorry, Commissioner Lanier and then Commissioner Moody.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thanks, Mayor. I just want to first thank Andra for her comments or question. And I feel obligated to give a little bit more context. So the rest of what I said, and I haven't read the article, so I'm not sure exactly how I'm quoted, but the rest of what I said is that I'm really interested in the commission, the city doing the work of educating us. And what I also said is that that education has come from the group. And so when I'm considering a policy, you know, it's important for me to be able to fully understand, because we have advocacy groups that come to advocate for a plethora of issues. But it's also, I think, important for our staff to do some research and bring in, you know, neutral parties to help us to fully understand. And I don't understand this because we haven't gone through those steps. And I found it interesting, actually, this evening that the DCRIM, let me not get it wrong, the DCRIM Nature GR group doesn't seem to be pleased with this either. And it sounds like because they're saying it didn't go far enough. And I think what would happen if we really had some meaningful dialogue over time where we can fully understand what it is that's being set before us, so that we can make some decisions that can have the impact that it sounds like they're seeking, that this resolution doesn't provide. And I'm reminded of the city manager's comments the day that we were, that the resolution was presented, and he was sharing that this isn't a recommendation from the staff, because they see, and it came through a number of these resolutions tonight and some of the comments, that the action, that these resolutions don't provide enough action. And so, because they're not designed to do that. So, you know, I think we're in a position where it sounded like somebody wanted to rush this through. And what you get when you rush things through is stuff like this, you know, policies or resolutions that are meaningless in some ways, and that they don't really meet the need of what people were seeking. They're frustrated. You know, some people are pleased because they can say yes to something and, you know, what potentially could be pacifying them. And I don't pacify very well. And so because I don't, I'm not going to support it, because I don't know enough to know whether we went far enough or not.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Moody?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Commissioner Lanier said it well, but what I wanted to add it was that when we spoke this morning, it was about us as a commission not having the opportunity to really discuss and talk about it. We were not against it. We just felt that the commission needed to have its opportunity to sit down and discuss it and talk about it in more detail. I recently talked to a friend of mine who's a doctor in Atlanta, Georgia, who explained the entire details of what this drug is about and how he administers to his patients. So I'm in agreement with it, and that it is a help. But my concern was that we as a body have not sat down and had a genuine conversation about it like we did with marijuana.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, so with that, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
All right, it carries on a 5-2 vote. Thank you, Commissioners. All right, Commissioners, that will take us to our ordinances to be adopted. We have 2 ordinances tonight.
First one is the ordinance amending Section 1 of the Budget Ordinance 2021-13 for fiscal year 2022, Amendment Number 3.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioner O'Connor, you want to tell us about this item?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. First, just several items on here tonight. The first item is a Parks and Recreation Department is receiving $50,000 for a national fitness campaign. Item 2 is the Office of Public Accountability that is receiving $300,000 from Spectrum Health for the community-led violence reduction program, which I know we're all very excited about. The Executive Office is acting as a conduit for a $30,000 grant to appropriate for the C4 through the Hispanic Center of West Michigan. The 61st District Court has a $400,000 grant for Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. We're going to allocate $50,000 for temporary support for our income tax department just to help us get through some projects. We're going to do some work with our Brownfield Tax Authority Installment Purchase Agreement Program, and we're receiving $373,000 for the Auto Theft Prevention Authority grant, which is an ongoing program we've done for a number of years here in Grand Rapids. No change to our contingent balance.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, any questions or comments about those items? I'll just say I'm happy to see the additional support for Cure Violence and to get the update today that is moving forward. And we'll look forward to continuing to support that effort. This is a roll call vote tonight, so I'll turn to our city clerk.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Connor,
Yes.
Commissioner Moody,
Yes.
Commissioner Sassi,
Yes.
Commissioner Repart,
Yes.
Commissioner Lanier, Mayor Bliss.
Yes, it carries. And Commissioners, can I get a motion to give this immediate effect?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. All in favor?
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed? It carries. All right, that will take us to our second ordinance tonight to be adopted.
An ordinance amending section 4.5 of ordinance 2019-55, range changes for the classifications of water service worker 2 and water service specialist.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Commissioner Isasi, do you want to tell us about this?
Yes, this was an item that we had on our agenda at the Civil Service Board meeting on September 14th. And so it was a classification and comp study that was completed for these two positions, and we found that the positions have evolved, and there's been an increase in the scope of work due to the installation of advanced metering infrastructure and additional reporting tasks due to new regulations issued by State Department EGLE, Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy. And I'll just add as well, the union associated with these positions was also in support of these changes.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. And thanks for your service on civil service. I know Commissioner Lanier did that for years, and before that, Commissioner Kelly did. So I appreciate your work on that board. Commissioners, any questions or comments? All right, this is a roll call vote tonight.
Commissioner O'Connor,
Yes.
Commissioner Moody,
Yes.
Commissioner Isasi,
Yes.
Commissioner Repart,
Yes.
Commissioner Lanier, Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Mayor Bliss.
Yes, it carries. All right, Commissioners, that's going to take us to our scheduled public hearings tonight. And I would like to, with your approval, take the first two together. They're related to the same project. They are public hearings to consider a revised Brownfield Plan Amendment for 739 4th Street LLC redevelopment project located at the same address, 739 4th Street Northwest. So it's related to the revised Brownfield Plan Amendment and also an application for an 11-year obsolete property rehabilitation exemption certificate for the project at 739 4th Street. So we'll start tonight with Mr. Gracia, our Economic Development Director. He can tell us about this item. It looks like we have a guest with us tonight. Good to see you again. I believe last time I saw you was at Economic Development Project Team. So it's good to have you here again tonight. Is it JC? JC. And so we'll give JC a chance to share some additional information, and then we will see if you all have any questions and then open it up for public comment. Again, this public comment period is really specific to this project, so either the brownfield element or the obsolete property rehabilitation certificate. So, Mr. Gracia?
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. So tonight before you is this Brownfield Plan Amendment and this Oprah action for the project at 739 4th Street. The project itself will allow JC to share the details of that, but just at a high level, total investment in the project is about $3.6 million, with a hard construction cost of approximately $2.6 million. And again, as you, our standard policy now is to require inclusion plans for all our projects coming before for approval. And this project itself specifically has commitments of 29% or $677,000 of hard construction cost, and also an additional 33% or another $152,500 for professional services provided by WBE. So that the details of the brownfield, and then there's also tied to that an 11-year Oprah tax exemption that's related to the same details of the project that you'll hear Ms. JC talk to as well. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. JC, you want to tell us about this project? I know some of us heard an I know some of us heard an overview at Economic Development Project Team, but several of us were not at that table. So if you want to give an overview and then answer any questions.
Yeah, so we're coming back to you guys for an amendment to this plan. We incurred a significant amount of costs for different infrastructure improvements that kind of came about during the design and development process. So this is just hoping to, make this a viable development for this area and really focusing on keeping that building intact. We are doing an adaptive reuse on the building, so we're not demolishing the existing structure. So we are incurring some cost on that. So we are just asking for support from a brownfield and Oprah standpoint to reimburse via TIF and OBRA some of those credits. And this is a residential project on the west side. If there's any questions for me, I'm happy to answer any, but I know a lot of people have seen this already.
All right, colleagues, any questions or comments? All right, if you want to stay put, we'll see if anyone in the audience would like to be heard. So if you're here to be heard on this public hearing, again, it's related to the Brownfield Plan or the Obsolete Property Rehabilitation Certificate. You're welcome to come forward. The same rules apply. We ask that you share your name, the city that you live in, and you'll be given up to 3 minutes to speak. All right, seeing none, we'll close that public hearing, and that will be referred back to our Committee of the Whole. Thank you for coming, JC. That will take us to our next scheduled public hearing, and again, I'd like to take both of these items together. I know Commissioner Lanier and Commissioner Isasi, who've worked on this, are supportive of that, so I'll move forward reading them, and we'll turn to our city engineer to provide some additional feedback, and then we'll open it up for public comment. So these two scheduled public hearings are to consider the street name change of Granville Avenue to Cesar Chavez Avenue and commemorative designation with the reverse. And then the second one is a public hearing considering the street name change of Franklin Street to Martin Luther King Jr. Street, and then the commemorative designation, again, the reverse. So it'd be a commemorative designation of Martin Luther King Jr. Street as Franklin Street. It's a little confusing. A lot of work went into this with a lot of feedback from community and the committees that worked on it. So I'll let our city engineer give some background. And then if you are here to be heard on this item, I'll open it up for public comment. Go ahead. Mr. Berkman, Mr. Miller, do not yell from the back of the room. I'm not going to tell you again, or I'm going to ask you to leave. Mr. Berkman?
All right, thank you, Mayor, and good evening. And you covered much of what I was going to say, but you're right, there is a number of moving pieces here, so I will restate some of that. Essentially, the city received a request back on July 1st from the Moving Ahead for Remarkable Civil Rights Heroes Committee, also known as MARCH, to rename Franklin as Martin Luther King Jr. Street and rename Granville as Cesar Y. Chavez Avenue. So if approved, as was already mentioned, the current names of Franklin and Granville would remain as commemorative designations. That was another part of their request. And the combination of the official name change along with the commemorative designation proposed by March is an innovative way to honor the important past and future of these two streets. It's also worth noting that this will allow for the address conversion by property owners and occupants along these corridors to happen gradually, as both names will be displayed with the street name signs, and both will be recognized by 911, the post office, and navigation services as examples. So the proposed name changes are consistent with the vision and values of equity and inclusion as identified in our city strategic plan. One other step that would have to happen if this were to move forward, just procedurally, is that the current commemorative designation of Martin Luther King Boulevard on Division between 28th and Coldbrook, as well as the current commemorative designation of Cesar Chavez Way on Granville between Franklin and Wealthy would be removed to avoid confusion and overlap. So just a little bit about costs. The anticipated cost for the new green street name signs to be installed with the new name change would be about $10,000 for each corridor. There's 102 signs on Granville and 86 on Franklin that would have to be changed. But the blue commemorative signs that would display Franklin and Granville would be funded by community sponsors. We're currently working with our partners at MDOT to explore the cost of conversion of the highway signage for the Franklin exit along 131, and so that will be an additional cost as well. So per the City Commission's policy on renaming streets, this has been circulated to the city departments and various agencies that are identified within. All owners of record of properties directly abutting Granville, of which there are 230, and Franklin, of which there are 287, received notice via mail of this hearing. We also issued another mailing to occupants and dwelling units along these two corridors, which were an additional 400 mailers on Franklin and 413 on Granville, and hand-delivered notices to neighborhood organizations in the business district along this corridor. So notice of tonight's hearing was also printed in the Grand Rapids Press in the classified section on September 19th, and the legal notice on September 21st. As was already noted, the city clerk's office is in receipt of 41 letters that have been submitted, and the engineering department did receive 7 additional phone calls. So at this time, I'd like to invite the co-chairs of March to share a few remarks. With us this evening is Ms. Lupe Ramos Montini and Mr. Robert Womack to share some thoughts on behalf of March.
Thank you. Welcome, Commissioner Womack and Lupe. Good to have you here.
Good evening. Good evening. I am emotional. I am proud, and I'm humble to be before all of you this evening. My name is Lupe Ramos Montini. I'm from Grand Rapids, and tonight I'm representing the March Committee, moving ahead for remarkable civil rights heroes, and also the committee to honor Cesar E. Chavez. So our committee was established, our March Committee was established in 2019. And we decided to come together as a brown and black community to embrace a special mission. We knew that we were in a pandemic, but that didn't stop us. We had conversations with whomever wanted to join us by Zoom. Zoom was the vehicle that we used throughout the pandemic. And we touched some hearts and we changed some minds. We also went up and down Granville and we personally talked to many residents, businesses, churches, and schools. And so we have spread the word all through 2019 to today. It was a very, very hot day when we had an intentional petition support drive up and down Granville Avenue and Franklin Avenue. But you know, we thought, should we cancel this? But we thought about the farm workers that work every day under the sun, picking the harvest so we can eat day in and day out. And so we said, no, let's continue. And we were successful. Just on one street, we were able to solicit 233 signatures. And out of those, 68 were from Franklin, from Granville. So we reached a lot of citizens in those streets. The Hispanic Center has been very instrumental in getting the word out to its residents on that street. And yesterday they gave me 4 sheets of signatures of their clients. When they came into the facility, they asked, do you know what's happening? Do you know about the renaming? Would you like to sign? And so that's how they got involved and helped us. This happened up and down Granville Avenue. My co-chair, County Commissioner Womack, will tell you some of the things that happened on Franklin Street. So we felt when we met in 2019 that this city was ready for such a change. Change is difficult, but this is real change that will occur in our city so we can live all those diversity plans that exist in businesses, in schools. Even here in the city of Grand Rapids, we have a diversity, inclusion, equity plan. Now, the lives and legacy of these 2 civil rights heroes are living legacies. They touch our lives every single day. And we could not think of two more prominent living legacies to celebrate and expand their lives and legacies than Martin Luther King Jr. and Cesar Estrada Chavez. Now, the street signs, if the proposal is approved, will be high in the sky, and when families and with their children drive up and down the streets, they will be able to see two role models that made a difference in the world. They gave personal sacrifice. They gave their lives for the betterment of the people that we call the voiceless, the poor, those that were working in the fields, and bus drivers, and so on and so on. They touched their lives, and their legacies, are living legacies, are touching ours today. Now, these signs will be testimonies that we as a community embrace diversity, and we want to connect the North with the South, el barrio with the city, the small businesses with the larger businesses, and so on and so on. It's happening already. So unity in the community by embracing our proposal will be a testimony that all of us in Grand Rapids and the larger outskirts of Grand Rapids and the state of Michigan and the country are ready to embrace true diversity and inclusion. So I am here to propose to you again that consider this proposal and give Grand Rapids this historical event in a future meeting. So I thank you very much. Muchas gracias por esta oportunidad. And I thank you for what you do for the city of Grand Rapids every day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Womack?
I thank this commission for allowing me to speak. I am Kent County Commissioner Robert S. Womack, and I've been a part of the fight and the struggle to have Dr. Martin Luther King recognized for over a decade. We also have other leaders here, including those on the commission that have been a part of that fight and struggle. When Grand Rapids was outlined and they began to name these streets, the majority of these streets were named after rich white men, property owners, major business owners, but they probably didn't project to see at that time and give the respect to a lot of minorities that were part of building that and a lot of women that were part of building this city. So now is the time. Many times it has been turned down when it was time to honor Cesar Chavez with a street, when it was time to honor Dr. Martin Luther King. One of the reasons I felt the need to join with the Cesar Chavez Committee and become one of the co-chairs of the March Committee is that really studying Dr. Martin Luther King and understanding just before he was assassinated, we knew that he had been strong in civil rights. He had did the Montgomery bus boycott that led to desegregation. We knew that he had fought for the voters' right, that we're still enjoying all of that today. But he was also moving into the Poor People's Campaign. And when you look at the Poor People's Campaign, and you look at Cesar Chavez and what he was doing with the farmers and the farm workers and the National Farmers Alliance, you begin to see, and Lupe has a great telegram that was sent from Dr. Martin Luther King to Cesar Chavez to honor his work. You see where they were crossing, where their love for the people in the working class, that their work was not done. So it has been just tremendous working with everybody on this. There are going to be a lot of people that might speak for it. There are going to be some people that speak against it. I would ask those that speak against it to understand that Martin Luther King said, I have a dream. And that dream is rooted deeply in the American dream, that one day our country will rise up to its creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. I have a dream. But generation after generation, we ask, was it just a dream? Was it a dream or is it a reality? We've seen a lot of his dream come to fruition, but we are not there yet. And we need this commission to help take us one step further as we honor Cesar Chavez and Dr. Martin Luther King. We are asking that Dr. Martin Luther King's name replace Franklin on Franklin Street. We're asking that Dr. Martin Luther King be the title, asking one of the commissioners to make sure that we inject Dr. Martin Luther King, because there's never been a stronger time to emphasize the need of education for the next generation. And when I saw he was Dr. Martin Luther King and received that, you know, at 16 years old and before he was 20, you know, it raised the bar for me. I haven't got to doctor, but I'm very well educated, even if self-educated. For the lack of time, we know that we've had a lot of public comment. We're going to have a lot of public comment to go. So the children that I ask you to remember when you're making your vote and you're looking into the future. And I applaud you on accepting racism as a public crisis, because there's a lot of government bodies that won't do that. They're afraid to even touch that and let people know where they stand. But as you make your decision on signs, as you hear people that may not totally understand the importance of adding these minorities to our framework, even our new activists, we have a new generation of young activists who identify issues that have to be addressed. But they should be able to see the activists that gave their lives and died, and the processes they used against unsurmountable odds for Dr. King to face violence and never let his dignity go. He said, as I finish, only if you want to conquer hate, there's only one thing can do that, and that's love. If you want to get rid of the darkness, you can only do that with light. So in the face of darkness, he was the light. In the face of hate, he was love. In the face of disrespect, he was total respect. And that's why we still honor him to this day. The children are signing up to be the first in public comment, and because there's so many, they just want to give you their expression of support for Dr. Martin Luther King as once, and you can start the 3-minute. They will do theirs under 3 minutes, and we could get them all in at one time if that'll be allowed.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Lupe, again, both of you, for being here tonight and all the work that you've done leading up to this important day. So we would love to hear from the students who are with us tonight. So you can come right up and share your thoughts with us. Hello, welcome. It's good to have you with us tonight.
Wave at the mayor, say hello to the mayor.
Hello. Maybe I'll see some of you in your school when I get back out there and I get to read in your schools. Yeah. So what would you like to share with us tonight?
If what you want from me is to bring your children to you, my regret is only having one life to do it instead of two.
We have the mic on at the podium, please.
And this is the presentation from our youth as they end that is bigger than black and white. Divas are us.
I'll make an exception of clapping for them. Only exception for clapping tonight is for that really incredible performance. Thank you all for coming. Thank you. All right, so we'll get back to, please share your name. Your name, the city that you live in, and then I'll ask our city clerk to give you up to 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, my name is Jackie Balma. I'm in the First Ward.
Is the light on the red or green on that microphone?
Is the light?
green.
It's green? Okay, so maybe just speak more. Yeah.
Okay, how's that?
There you go. Perfect.
My
Thank
name
you.
is Jackie Balma. I live in the First Ward. I've also been a board member of the Roosevelt Park Neighborhood Association for 15 years. Recently stopped doing that. I'm also the project manager for the Granville Avenue Museum. And I'd like to first state that I am in favor of renaming streets for the Cesar Chavez and for Dr. Martin Luther King. But I don't want us to lose sight of the importance of Granville Avenue, because Granville Avenue is not about people, it's about connecting groups. It's not about individual people, it's about connecting groups of people. So the first groups that came into the Granville Avenue area were, well, not came, they were here originally, were the Ottawa Indians. And I don't want to bore you with all the details, but so the indigenous people were here first, then we had Irish, Dutch, Hungarian, Syrian, Lebanese, Iraqi, Italian, Latino, and African Americans. But the important part is that Granville Avenue has historically connected the city of Grand Rapids with people in the outer areas. Charles Belknap wrote that the Granville Avenue was originally Granville Road, which was originally an Ottawa Indian trail. And the point of it was to connect the Indians to the southern points of the city. Early Grand Rapids history describes Granville Avenue as being one of the first highways into Grand Rapids. And on the ground, the heart of Granville Avenue said that as the first highway into Grand Rapids in 1836, Granville Avenue Road was set up as an area to connect residents to the downtown areas of the city. And City of Wyoming, or the history of the City of Wyoming says it is an important artery, which of course leads to the point that I'm asking to make. We want to honor the people in our city, but we don't want to lose the history of our city as well. And so I'll leave you with this. Piece of forgotten history of Grand Rapids. The 1911 edition of Early Grand Rapids History records a fight between the Grand Rapids Highway Commissioner and the owners of property between Fulton and Bartlett, which is crossed by Granville Road. The owners refused to recognize the city's right to put a road there, even though the road had been there for 20 years. So they built fences, and the city commission, or the highway commissioner, tore the fences down. So the owners put the fences back up, and this went back and forth for a number of times. Anyway, there was a bitter fight about it, but after Ellsworth Avenue was opened for travel, the fight was abandoned. And I quote, "That part of Granville Road was wiped off the map of Grand Rapids."
Thank you. Jackie, your time's up.
You want to read that? Read the last part.
Hi. Do you wish to speak? Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Henry Balma, and I live in the First Ward, and I'll just read the last paragraph here. Commissioners, I ask that instead of wiping out Granville Avenue and its history off the map of Grand Rapids, we renew our current commitment to the Cesar Chavez Way by installing new signs along the road to celebrate the diversity in the Roosevelt Park neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for your comments. All right, others who wish to be heard on this item?
Good evening. Omar Cuevas, Executive with the Grand Rapids Chamber of Commerce.
And I'm coming tonight on behalf of the Grand Rapids Chamber in full support of the name changes to Franklin Street and Granville Avenue to respectively be Martin Luther King Jr. Street and Cesar E. Chavez Avenue as well. Not only do we appreciate and recognize the collaborative approach that Commissioner Womack and Lupe Ramos Montini took, including the Grand Rapids Chamber, so that we may engage with the business community down Granville Avenue. We are now here today to be able to celebrate this moving forward, and we're in full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Omar. All right, others wish to be heard?
Good evening. My name is Pablo Bello. I'm in favor of renaming change the name of Granville Avenue to Cesar Chavez, and also change the name Franklin to Martin Luther King. Just think about what Cesar Chavez represents for the Latino community here in Grand Rapids and all over the country. I think he was fighting for the rights of the workers, the farm workers, and if he was here, he would be still fighting for the rights of the farm workers. Like they need driver's licenses, they need documents to stay in this country, and they also they're Native Americans too. If you think about it, like the farm workers, they are here, and the farm workers are feeding us. Like every time that you eat vegetables, think about the farm workers that are working on the fields, picking up apples right now, blueberries, vegetables. Think about what represent Cesar Chavez for the Latinos. Think about all the workers all over the country working on the fields and working on the services. All the Latino workers. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name is DeAndre Jones. I'm here in full support of changing the names of Granville to Cesar Chavez and Franklin to Martin Luther King Jr. Street. I don't know if anybody's ever seen F&E on a Saturday night or maybe a Friday night. It's a lot of people from the trenches. It's a lot of people from the hood at that gas station, and they call it F&E. And hey, man, I didn't seen fights, I didn't seen shootouts, and sometimes it's unsafe because imagine if a bullet hits one of those gas stations. Imagine just what would happen. And so I'm just in full support of this because I've actually petitioned. I've got people to sign this petition. This will be very, very historic because I've always wanted to change some streets because, I've grew up around gangs. I'm from Chicago. All of my families are real gang members. Like, none of this made-up street gang stuff, like real gang members. And so I believe this will be able to create some diversity. I believe it'll be able to open minds, especially in the minority community, especially in the African-American community, because we really need to see some change. And Martin Luther King was one of my favorite historians. Like, even to this day, like, I love what he stood for. And I'm just very proud to be a part of this. With the rest of my time, on behalf of the King County Black Caucus, I'd like to read this letter. To whom it may concern, a proposal submitted by the March Committee moving ahead for remarkable civil rights heroes to rename Granville Avenue, Cesar Chavez Avenue, and Franklin Street to Martin Luther King Jr. Street was recently brought to our attention. We are writing to express full support for this proposal. Many cities possess many unique opportunities to honor individuals for outstanding contributions and achievements. We believe that honoring the legacies of Cesar E. Chavez and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in this powerful way will unify and act for our city and promote our shared goals of creating a welcoming environment for all. Dr. Martin Luther King and Cesar E. Chavez gave the ultimate sacrifice for unity. Their legacies deserve full support. Changing the street name seems to be a small thing to create a larger impact for marginalized communities. Thank you for accepting our letter for renaming those 2 streets. And I just wanted to say, Lupe, I'm around. You can call me, inbox me. I'm not hard to find, or write me on Facebook, or however you want to get a hold of me. But I'm definitely willing to get out there in the trenches with you and get the petitions done so we can see some real change here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, DeAndre. All right, others who wish to be heard?
Hi, my name is Mark, and I'm from Grand Rapids. I, too, am in favor of the street name changes, but I'm going to come at it from a different angle. Although you go rename Franklin Street after Martin Luther King, I myself didn't have Franklin Street in my top 5. I would have suggested Division Street from Division Avenue from Colebrook Street all the way down to the Allegan County line. My second choice would have been Burton Street from Burlingame to Cascade Road. My third choice would have been Eastern, Southeast, from Fulton to the Allegan County line. And my fourth choice would have been Hall Street from where the wastewater treatment plant is all the way to at least Lake Drive in East Grand Rapids. That's been my choices. But as it is, you rename Franklin Street after Martin Luther King, that's fine with me. I like to go for the gusto. Because the name as big as that, the name as big as Dr. King, should have a much longer street.
Let's let him speak.
Now, it's a shame a city the size of Grand Rapids doesn't have a Martin Luther King Avenue, street, boulevard whatsoever. Every other major city has it. Hell, Cheyenne, Wyoming has a Martin Luther King. And that's a damn shame. This could have been done eons ago. But no, the separatists in this city for decades never thought about it. And if it was thought about it, they always put it on the back burner. Not no more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. All right, others who wish to be heard?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arturo Morales Romero, and I live in the northeast of Grand Rapids. I migrated to California in 1989. That's where I went to school and worked on the fields from the age of 10 until the age of 18. In 1990, we were working on the fields picking plums. And that day, we got sprayed by an airplane while we were working on the fields. At that time, I was 11. There were other kids with me working and playing on the fields at the same time. On the next day, Cesar Chavez showed up with the union at the fields. And the rest of me and the rest of the kids, we were climbing on some of the tractors with plums on it. And he said, "This is what we don't want for our kids. We want our kids to be educated." So from that day on, I researched who was Cesar Chavez. And then one of the philosophy that I follow is si se puede. And then later on, I researched Martin Luther King Jr. And I learned from him that violence creates more violence. So since then, I've been living under those philosophy. Si se puede, and violence create more violence. So you might say, what is that I have done with my life? I have worked so hard, and I have I have went to college, to school, and work. And now I work in the medical field as a new products and development for SunMed. But at the same time, I'm an artist. With my art, I try to communicate with everybody, no matter what color you are or where you're from. But if somebody does something wrong to me, I embrace it with a positive attitude. Because if I'm negative, I'm creating more violence. So if somebody messes my artwork or comes and hit me, I will embrace you with love, just like Martin Luther King Jr. did. And I believe those two leaders did not distinguish by colors. They all see us as human, because that's what we are, human.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you sharing your story. All right, others who wish to be heard?
Good evening. My name is Patty Brewer. I might be the only one with this opinion in here, but I have lived on Franklin Street for over 30 years. We have raised our family there. In no way do we want our street renamed. Twice before, at least, the city has tried to rename it, and we didn't want it then either, and most of the residents on Franklin didn't want it either, and we still don't want it. To have inclusion and racial diversity, you don't have to change the name of a street. Our street is totally inclusive. My family alone is part Hispanic. Then we have 2 white people in the family. We have 5 black people in the family. You know, and the whole neighborhood is like that. And I don't mean every family is like ours, but the whole neighborhood is inclusive and diverse. So you don't need to change the name of the street. Plus the fact that you already have Martin Luther King Park, and you took Ben Franklin Park and renamed it Martin Luther King Park. So why do we need to take Franklin's name off of the street? Why can't we still honor him by keeping the name on the street? I don't mind if the city wants to name something else, a new building, or maybe in a new subdivision, name something Martin Luther King. But I do object to them changing Franklin. For us, having spent more than 30 years on Franklin in the same house, this is part of our heritage, and I don't appreciate having it taken away. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, good night. I'm not even sure what to say. My name's Eleanor Moreno. First Ward, Roosevelt Park neighborhood. I've lived there a little over 20 years now, and I've spent a lot of my time just kind of engaging and building relationships with people because that's something I truly value. Though supportive of the core of what this engagement is, I don't want it to go through. You know, I see a lot of opportunity for Black and Brown community to come together and do a lot of really amazing work. But the renaming of Granville Ave and Franklin isn't the right path. You know, there's just so many other greater needs and ongoing disparities that we just haven't met as a city and as a community. Often I hear street safety still very high on the list, especially on Granville Avenue. Even though we've done a lot of work to shift the trucking on that street, you know, half of the residents in that neighborhood are children, and so we still have a lot of work to do there. Countless stories around housing, belonging, and of course education disparities, but I'm sure that list could go on the more we talk to more people. Why Chavez? Why MLK when there are so many other amazing activists, even in our own community and backyard? I get the honor to be the project manager for Herencia, which is a renaming of the alleyway in downtown Grand Rapids. And in that work, we've surfaced so many beautiful stories of Latino women who lived in our city, and what about them? if the things I just said, don't matter to you, I'm only one voice of thousands of people on Granville and on Franklin and in Roosevelt Park and other neighborhoods across the city. I asked y'all for 3 things from me. If you rename these 2 streets, then I want y'all to rename Monroe Center for Breonna Taylor. I request that you all and the March Committee knock on every door on both Granville Avenue and Franklin Street. Sending a mailer just isn't enough. Those things just get thrown away, left on a table, and folks miss these opportunities to come speak to you. And the last thing is there isn't a rush. If we're going to name it, I want y'all to really, truly take the time to listen, to engage, build connections, build relationships, and hear what the people really want. And it's not this right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. All right, others wish to be heard?
My name is Christian from the 3rd Ward. I originally came up to just throw my full support behind the idea, but after hearing some community activists, it's not that I don't support the idea, but I do support the idea of doing more to inform the community about it, and not only that, but to do more to engage in the community in Cesar Chavez and MLK's name. And with that comes better policing. And with that comes better relations with the immigrant and Latinx community. We had recently last year a farm where farm workers worked. We had a farmer there say many rude and disparaging things about farm workers. I don't know if you guys remember that story, but that was up north, more towards the Sparta area. And I know the city commission can't do anything about it, and he was eventually charged, but those charges were eventually limited and dropped down, and he got away with it, really. And not only that, but in MLK's name, naming a whole street for it is a good step towards better policing and better relations with the Black community. But is it really something that we need to do when we can put that community towards bettering that community as a whole? And not only that, I think that if Cesar Chavez and MLK were alive today and saw what GRPD was doing and saw these farmers treating farm workers the way they are, because I have a father who was in farm work. He picked blueberries up in Unica and apples in Sparta, and I was 13 when I went and helped him because we didn't have enough money for our family. I spent my whole summers there helping him, and he was eventually deported by this country after he was here for 21 years and picked fruits and vegetables for this country. If we can do more to help with relations with that and do more to protect immigrants across the city, and instead of supporting GRPD in their efforts in their relationship with ICE and Border Patrol at the bus station, which they regularly do, we should do more to commend those names by doing better in our community. I'm not saying this project shouldn't be done. I'm saying it should be done at a later time when we can actually say we're proud to have those names on a sign in a city where we can honor those names, and not in a city where those names are, yes, MLK was a good guy. MLK was a great guy, and Cesar Chavez was a great guy. But if they were both alive today, they would be in the city along with activists trying to change things. And that shouldn't be exactly what's happening.
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
Good evening, Commissioners. Hello, Mayor Bliss.
Hi.
My name is Marta Gonzalez Cortez, and I am a resident of Kentwood, and I've been a resident of the greater Grand Rapids community for more than 22 years. Even though I don't currently live in the city of Grand Rapids, I've worked extensively in the nonprofit sector in the city during the course of my career and continue to invest in the future of this city as the epicenter of my cultural, recreational, and religious life. As a native of West Michigan and a member of a community of 50,000 farm workers that live in surrounding counties, I think it's important for others to know that the city of Grand Rapids functions as a critical regional hub for farm worker families in West Michigan. As farm workers, we have contributed to the economic development and growth of this city through decades of investment in critical services, medical care, transportation, groceries and family shopping, religious activities, and cultural events and entertainment. In short, this is the city that farm workers have historically traveled to shop, pray, and play. Over the years, I'm sure many of you have heard the distinguished members of the Committee to Honor Cesar E. Chavez talk about the many meetings, events, and activities that Cesar Chavez attended in Grand Rapids in his lifetime. I believe them when they say that the city held a special place in his heart because of the warm welcome he received when he visited, and because I'm sure he understood the importance of this city as a critical intellectual and cultural place to convene regional farm worker leadership. After a truly horrific year of civil unrest and pandemic loss for brown and black essential workers and our local farm worker community, one of the things we desperately now need are symbols of hope, justice, and equity. I hope you take advantage of this opportunity in front of you today to honor the social justice legacy of this city and provide our community with a powerful symbol of hope with your support in renaming these two streets. And I appreciated the divergent comments that were made today. It's important to be open and listen, and to listen mindfully, and with an open heart and an open spirit. But I can tell you, I'm almost 50 years old, and I'm really, really tired of being told I have to wait, that I have to wait another decade, that I have to wait another 20 years to even see a symbol of hope. And those of you that have worked with me in the trenches know how much of an advocate I am for policy change and systems change that's real and meaningful and has dollars attached to the change, that doesn't just give lip service and a sign and a plaque and a statue to the issue that you're paying tribute to today. But I'm tired of waiting. I want to see change in my lifetime. I'm tired of being afraid of trying to survive this pandemic, year 2, pandemic 2.0. I want to live my life in a different way and teach my children, my beautiful 3 children that are growing up in this community, how to live without fear. So I implore you to consider this today and to take into account the important regional history of our farm worker community and our ongoing contribution to this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hello, my name is Senya Falin Peñalosa Lydiard, and I live actually on Granville and Franklin. And while it is, I don't know what the word is, it's confusing actually. It's heartwarming in a way that this made it this far, and I appreciate the efforts of all the people who pushed that through, because representation matters in our communities. That's why everybody is here today, for representation for those kids who can't be here. Like, for example, I'm not here, I am here because I want to be. I'm here mostly because my daughter asked me to be here for her, because she's not old enough, she says. She wants me to be her voice. So I'm here for my 11-year-old daughter. She wants to go to college in Grand Rapids. She's 11. She's already thinking about what's going to happen to me in Grand Rapids when we move there, fully make the move. I just live here now. But she wants to move her life to Grand Rapids because she was born here. This is her city. She knows about Breonna Taylor Way. We still experience the same stuff, because it's not okay what we're experiencing. And to name a street before there's justice and before we see actual change is a slap in the face to us. It's nice to have the representation, like I said. It's really nice. But what's nicer and what's better for our children is actual change that we can feel, that when we go on the street, we can feel that there's change. When we say hi to a police officer, we're not shaking in fear, because we see what they do to protesters who are out there peacefully protesting, just using their voice. My child sees all this. And my child tells me her worries, and she's 11. This is not okay that we're out here making signs that represent what? They represent people who are fighting for us, but what do we see? What do we see when we go outside? No change. We're tired. We're really exhausted. We're dealing with a lot of PTSD, a lot of anxiety and depression. We're really, really exhausted, and I have 15 more seconds, and I don't even know what more to say. I don't know what more to say to get it through to your heads, to everybody's head, that we have children who are growing up in fear before they even hit 18. We have kids who grew up, and before they're even 20, they're out here getting arrested.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, others who wish to be heard?
Watchdog Miller Beck, the nuns always told us that four is not three, and conversely, 3 is not 4. So this is a typical abuse of process by combining these two hearings, and even 3 minutes isn't enough. You gave 2 lead speakers. Why, I don't know, who were biased on it. Way more time than 3 minutes. And every time I raise the constitutional orderly point of order or point of information, I'm threatened. So I'll do 3 first. I can't do both, all right? This is an abusive process. I will only hasten to add that all of you who stood and wildly applauded this incomprehensible demonstration out there should recuse yourselves in the future for voting on the Franklin Street controversy. The vote, you just don't have the votes on this, okay? I assert that you should, these matters, important matters, should go before the entire public on changing these streets. Example of what we heard a bureaucrat back there claim that this represents the vision and values of the city, and a citizen. That's simply false. He has defunded Pulaski Square. General Pulaski, 77 or so, 1777, our first general officer who was killed in battle. Supposed to be 4 signs up there for Pulaski Square, Michigan Diamond. They're down. I'm told it was a Goodwill Democrat who caused all the trouble when Goodwill moved in there. In terms of Chavez, he and Jimmy Lago, he's the number 2 guy. I knew him from Chicago. He became Francis Cardinal George's number 2 man as chancellor or so. A really good man whom I liked and respected. Jimmy Lago and Cesar Savina organized an Operation Wetbacks along the border. You know which border? Yes,
Mr.
Operation Wetbacks. So that. Well, then don't change the name.
Mr. Miller.
That's what Chavez did.
Mr. Miller. You know what? Everybody sit down or I will recess this meeting. Everyone sit down. Mr. Miller, you know not to make derogatory comments. Mr. Miller, you know not to make derogatory comments. Okay, please stop yelling at him. I am, you know what? I am going to recess this meeting and close down this public comment period. This is a public meeting and there are rules around decorum. Stop yelling at people when they're speaking. Stop. I will recess this meeting. I am serious. There are still people who wish to be heard on this scheduled public hearing.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Josh Lunger. I'm a resident of the 2nd Ward. I've had the pleasure of working with the March Committee over the last several years. And what I've learned is when Lupe nudges you and says, go do something, go do it. So we just wanted to highlight a few more of the organizations that some are in the packet, some are not, that are supporting this, because this group, despite the pandemic, has been really driven to get out there and connect with the community. So in addition to in the packet, you'll also want to add organizations such as Endless Opportunities, Madison Church, Franklin Campus, the West Michigan Hispanic Chamber, GRA Philip Randolph Institute, the Baxter Community Center, and it's highlighted in the packet the letters you've received from the Kent County Black Caucus, Oakdale Neighbors, Alpha Omega Ministries, New Hope Baptist Church, the Black Impact Collaborative, Realism is Loyalty, Grand Rapids Public Schools Board of Education members, the Superintendent of GRPS, Grata, Davenport University, and quite a few others. I'm probably missing some, but I just wanted to highlight the efforts this group's gone through. They've been relentlessly committed to positivity through a lot of tough times that's kind of derailed where they wanted to be. And so I've been really thankful for the opportunity to engage with them. I'm thankful for the friendship, and I look forward to your support of this measure when it's before you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. How are you? Well, this is, very exciting. I would like to say that it's amazing to me how so many of us miss the concept of the changes and everything else that's happening in the world today, including here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. New technology, new way of thinking. When I arrived here in Grand Rapids, Michigan in 1987, I went to Crestwood Middle School, and on the third day I got beat up because I didn't speak English and I looked different. I've experienced the good, the bad, and the ugly of everything you can possibly imagine.
Make sure you keep talking to us.
I heard so much today, and it's sad to me because, like I've called out many times before, it is important to know the grassroots of our community. It is important to know what is happening in our community today. Here on this 9th floor, there are decisions that get made that have a ripple effect in our community and future generations. I own a business in Granville Avenue, Mayan Bus, and I've spent endless amount of times with our businesses there, and they are all okay with the changes. They are okay with renaming it because it's the understanding of wanting to open the doors to minorities into downtown Grand Rapids. When you drive up Granville, you just drive up Granville. But when you drive and you see the name Julio Cesar Chavez there, Avenue, in your subconscious mind, it tells you it's okay to come to downtown Grand Rapids. The doors are open. We spent thousands of dollars hiring somebody from Chicago a little while ago to come and talk to us about equality when we have it here locally ourselves. I would like you guys to understand how important this is for you today, your legacy, to be able to actually make a change and embrace our history and put it towards the future to the future generations to come. They're counting on you. You're the guys that are going to, and ladies that are going to make the decision today or whenever it is that you're going to make it. This is so extremely important because you're actually planting the seed of that it's okay to be different. It's okay to accept what has happened and we move forward to the next generation and say, we made the change necessary. And that's what this renaming the streets is about. And that's all I'm asking from you today.
Thanks. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Marco. All right, others wish to be heard?
Good evening. My name is Lorena Aguayo Marquez, and I live in the 3rd Ward, and I'm in full support of naming Franklin Street to Martin Luther King, and also Granville Avenue, La Granville, to Cesar E. Chavez Avenue. But I'm also, with that, I also want to be changed in our community to really have the resources that we need and have the economic development that we need there. We talked about today a lot of different issues, right? The environment. We do proclamations, right? But we need more. We need more in those neighborhoods than just saying that, hey, we're going to change something. We really need to invest in our community. What Eleanor said earlier about, safety, right? There's still trucks passing through there. They're very dangerous to their children. I live right there by Eastern, close to Franklin, and there's a lot of danger there too, right, at night. We need some changes going on, more development, more youth, more things for our youth to be invested in. So as we change the name, give us some hope, but we need more commitment from this commission in the first ward and the third ward to really take the change that we need for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Mayor Bliss and Commissioners. My name is Teresa Hendricks, and I'm the Director of Migrant Legal Aid. And I am a lifelong resident of this community, and I live in the First Ward. And these two civil rights heroes have inspired my entire life. The work of Dr. Martin Luther King inspired me to go to law school and pursue social justice. And the work of Cesar E. Chavez led me to live in another country, learn another language, and when I returned, used my law degree in a career of 28 years so far doing farm worker law. And so I was very happy to join the March Committee. And I had a wonderful experience going door to door in the communities, talking to people at the laundromat in English and Spanish, talking to the business owners. And I also wear another hat, and that is as a Community Relations Commissioner on the Community Relations Commission. And I really have to commend the city and the leadership for the efforts that I've seen you do through my work on the commission. And that is your work for the Human Rights Ordinance, so that we don't call the police on our neighbors simply for being a person of color. The work that you did on our Equal Services Policy, so that the city's services are more accessible to everybody in our community. And the work that you did with our Grand Rapids Police Department with your Foreign National Policy, because I've seen that make a difference and diminish the degree of immigration-related fear that our community has. And so it's with great honor that I support, and I was part of the March Committee to get the petitions and the letters of support and speak with the community, and not one person that I asked to sign my petition refused. I had 100% participation. And I hope that I can see the same from the commission on this issue. So I ask for your support in these two initiatives, and I'm happy to see the continuing of the diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts that you're making go insofar as to be public and meaningful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Teresa, and thank you for your service on the CRC. All right, with that, I'm going to close that public hearing, and that will be, both of those items will be referred back to our committee of the whole. That will take us to our last opportunity for public comment tonight, and this public comment on any other items. Looks like DeAndre is first in line.
Oh, I had to wait so patiently. I believe the first time I came to the city commission meeting, it was 3 years ago with my mentor. I've never said anything when anybody has ever given public comment ever since I've been here until today. Because it's very frustrating to respect people's rights for them to be able to speak, regardless if I don't agree with what they say. I have never said anything, and I did not flinch at that woman. It's just a dying passion to respect people. I've been here 3 years, coming here for 3 years. I believe the first time I spoke at a Justice for Black Lives meeting, I told them that this meeting here is on the 9th floor. And I've never said nothing negative about this group. Many members of the Justice for Black, excuse me, Lily, you're going to have to forgive me because she asked me not to say nothing, but I'm sorry. I just can't hold my tongue. I've never said nothing negative about this group. If I had individual problems with anybody, I addressed them personally, because in the streets, that's what you do. You address people individually. I've never disrespected. A lot of people made status about me, dissing me on Facebook. I've lifted so many beds. I've been doing community work before y'all even started. I done lifted 180 beds up elevator stairs with the Grand Rapids Dream Center. I know for a fact that a lot of people physically cannot put the blood, sweat, and tears that I've put in this community. Passionately. I've never said anything negative about this group. So please, and when y'all, and we never have proper dialogue, I'm the type of person, I'll have proper dialogue with you because I know how I'm built, and I don't think y'all really want to see. Everybody got a bad side that you don't want to see. And I promise y'all, I'm not trying to make any threats, but I'm just being honest. Y'all don't want to see that. But I'm going to the Forbes 30 under 30. I'm a member of Forbes The Culture. That's something for African American and brown people. And it's only 500 people that can go there. And luckily for me, I'm a member of Forbes The Culture because I've been coming here so long and been hearing that this is the second worst city in economic development for African Americans. I happen to be one of those people that's going to be at the Detroit Opera from October 10th to the 12th at the Forbes 30 under 30. And I know this is the second worst city for economic development. I've been persistent. Nobody in this room will out-passion me. You can't even get into the rooms that I can go in. You will not meet the people that I will meet. And I'm not trying to be funny. This is who I am. I'm not fake. I'm not a pretentious person. I'm not one of the people that'll talk about you in the back room. I prefer to face on the surface because that's how I am. I'll never be fake. Who I am online or on social media is the same person. If you want to have proper dialogue and you want to talk to me as a human being, as a man, then that's what I do. But I'll never be fake in front of anybody's face, in front of a commissioner's face, in front of a governor's face, in front of a Kent County commissioner's face, in front of the president's face who I met this year. I will never disrespect anybody. We can have proper dialogue, but I'll be at the Forbes 30 under 30. Y'all know Jump Ahead L3C. I want to buy the Adelante High School, and I really want to make real economic changes, and I can't wait to tell y'all about it when I get back here.
Thank you. Thank you, DeAndre.
Hello again for the third time today. My name is Christian. I live in the 3rd Ward. I first want to start off by expressing my disappointment in Commissioner Nathaniel Moody after last week for not only attacking a citizen of Grand Rapids for speaking their mind, but disrespecting a human being. After making comments and after the meeting, he approached me and in a tone that I thought was more of a welcoming tone. He said, "Do you know who I am?" And as I responded, I said, "Yes, you are a 3rd Ward commissioner." And as I was speaking, he interrupted me. And in the most disrespectful tone I think everybody's ever talked to me in, he said, "Do you know who I am?" I just want to first say, thank you for giving me a call, Mayor Bliss, about that situation. I missed both calls because I unfortunately was at work. But I appreciate you getting back to me about that. But I just want to say that that's the most disrespectful and unprofessional way to approach a citizen about something that you want to talk to them about. And I also commend Commissioner Moody for staying awake for this meeting. Now, on to what I want to say. On Saturday, Justice for Black Lives held a protest where we peacefully protested. And not only did we peacefully protest, we used our voices during a period of Grand Rapids where, unfortunately, only the white privileged make money. And that's our prize. And I commend the city for allowing, or for highlighting black and brown artists specifically during this art prize and many other art prizes before this. But let's be real, it only benefits the white and the privileged, including the DeVos family in Grand Rapids. And during that protest, after 3 hours of peacefully protesting, not marching in the streets, marching on the sidewalks, and getting many commendments from many people walking around during Art Prize, we were brutally and unprofessionally attacked and blindsided by the GRPD. And not only that, but 5 people were injured, even though the GRPD and Chief Payne says nobody was. And 2 people were wrongfully arrested and charged with felony obstructing and resisting. And their names are Liam Dreyer and David Ferrer. And I asked those charges be dropped against them. And I also want to express my disgust in GRPD because I do have on video them pushing the young black man Isaiah, them pushing, I'm not shoving, not pushing back, but shoving, full on putting their hands back and shoving Isaiah, the kid who was involved in that incident at McDonald's. That's really what you want your police department to be known for? Brutalizing more people, the same person?
Thank you. All right, others wish to be heard?
I'm Jalen Reynolds. About a year ago, I was introduced to this group of people, Justice for Black Lives and other protest groups. They are genuinely good people who do good things. I can say that with a high degree of confidence. Not me. I do good things out of atonement because I ain't right. Deep down, I am only distilled rage and anger. I don't believe in right and wrong. I believe the same thing you do, might and power, because that is what you show. Behind the nice suits and cheeky smiles, because that's the only thing that they've ever done is demand humanity for the poor and oppressed. But because they were speaking up during some rich dick funded art pageant, they got beaten and snatched around like some childhood tantrum by the police. They don't deserve hollow commitments and spread out resolutions. They deserve what you have, a voice that counts. And as much as what this city has done to them demands straight up revenge, make me pick up a pen and some paper. I will show you personally why my pen is mightier than any sword this petty city has to offer. Keep on turning a blind eye, and I will be a part of the living tribunal that holds every single one of you to account for what is being done here. You can't scare me with police violence. I've had at least 5 agencies with assault rifles pointed at me before. You can't scare me with jail because I've already been. You can't scare me with prison because I was supposed to do 47 years, but I'm not. You can't scare me with court because I know the law damn near better than they do. I'm willing to escalate this to Jurassic proportions by myself if I have to show you that the ink of a scholar is worth more than the blood of a martyr. You all play a role in taking the world from people who have nothing, and you wake up every morning like it's okay. It doesn't even take everything in your power to fix it. In fact, it takes little to none of it. You could fix it all and still have money to do everything else. So where are your motions, votes, and resolutions? Why not? Just do better. Because there's only so much talking people are willing to do when their blood is always the one spilled on the pavement. I yield my time.
All right, others who wish to be heard?
My name is Kirk Schatz, and I live in the 3rd Ward. I'm medically not supposed to be here today because of the events over this weekend. A police officer shoved his knee in my head and gave me a concussion. I'm supposed to be resting, but instead I'm spending the weekend driving my friends to the hospital, driving the people I love to the hospital after they've been injured by GRPD, and they put out a statement saying that no one was hurt. The doctor, I've had 7 concussions before this one. The doctor told me, if you get another concussion, you could die. I am out here in these streets because of what GRPD is doing. My family is begging me to stop engaging, to stop coming out to these protests, because my life is in danger. Because they increase violence. Every time they increase their violence against the people I love. And you sit here, where is the action? Commissioner Lanier, you told us to join the police department. How am I supposed to join a police department that sexually assaulted me because I'm transgender? I don't want to share that in a room full of people. But you push me to that. You tell us to join the same department that brutalizes us week after week. My friend has contusions on his ribs. I watched GRPD pull one of my friend's arms out of their sockets and press his face into the concrete. Where is the action? Where is the justice? I'm supposed to go to the Oversight and Protection Committee so that GRPD can once again find itself having done nothing wrong. This is escalating. They are targeting Black leadership. They have been since the very beginning. And you tell us to respect officers. But what you really mean is you want our silence. You want our silence in these meetings. You want us to be silent when people use racial slurs up here, and you don't kick them out. You didn't kick them out until we responded, and then you criticize us for responding. Shame on every single one of you.
Oh no, he's still here.
Cool. That shows how much you care about racism in this community.
And safety.
The safety of our community members. Where is the justice? You tell us to be respectful in here because you want people to be safe. How am I supposed to feel safe when the very people that are constantly assaulting the people I love, the people in my community, are here in this room? How am I supposed to bear being in the same room as them? And yet you tell us that we need to be respectful because of people's safety. Cops are not keeping us safe.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Your time's up. All right. Others who wish to be heard?
Don't really know how you go after that. That's my best friend, my roommate. My name's Shane. I was there on Saturday. I watched everything. I was there. I saw people dragged through the street. I had to run to protect people while everyone I cared about was brutalized. And none of you will probably take the time to watch the video. So I'm gonna give you a minute. We were being assaulted. I have scratches up and down my body from bikes. I got trampled. The people I love were kicked in the face, knees on their back. And this is the police that you want us to support. It's really that simple. They won't do this to you. They would never do this to you. But that does not mean they don't do it to us. This is a video of my best friend being kicked in the head. While I watched people continue to pose next to art prize exhibits while watching. They watched. And that's literally what the issue is that it's easy to just desensitize yourself. See, I don't sleep because I hear the screams of the people I love. But you don't have to hear those. So I genuinely urge you to literally just watch the videos. It's all there. Everything you need, everything we keep telling you day after day after day is right here. It's the 21st century. You can find the information. Use your brains, use your eyes, and stop being blind sheep because people are gonna start dying. And to quote MLK twice, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, and rioting is the language of the unheard. You don't want riots. You don't want that in your shiny little city. I get that. Don't worry, this isn't a threat. But that's what happens when people who are brutalized and who actually bleed in the streets continue to bleed in the streets. No one wants to see what happens, so maybe try and fix it before it gets there. Because once that happens, nothing that anyone does is on that or them.
Others wish to be heard?
Sorry, I only have one hand, so I have to unlock my phone. Thanks, GRPD, for that. Hi. I know you guys know who I am. My name is Allie. I'm the president of Justice for Black Lives. And as you may know, we had a protest for Isaiah, the man who was wrongfully arrested by the Grand Rapids Police Department. We had that protest on Saturday. And once again, the GRPD met a protest against their brutality with more brutality. And according to GRPD's statement, no one was injured Saturday night. And I'm here to tell you, that is a bold-faced lie. To say that no one was injured on Saturday completely erases the trauma that not only myself experienced, but almost everyone in this room experienced at the hands of the Grand Rapids Police Department. I have one question for each and every one of you. How far are you willing to let this go? Because not only did the Grand Rapids Police Department assault community members, they also assaulted the man that we were protesting for. And his mom. And his mother. as if that family has not gone through enough trauma already. Which one of us citizens have to die for you to understand that there is wrong? I'm so sick of having to come up here and practically beg each and every one of you to take our lives into consideration just to get blank bought out by the DeVos's stares from each and every one of you. You all have a responsibility to the citizens of Grand Rapids, not just the ones that line your pockets. And by you all continuing to be silent about the racism and brutality from the GRPD just shows how much we need to vote each and every one of you out. Because it's clear that you don't care. You don't care. You don't care. Like I've said before, if you don't like what I have to say, then prove me wrong, because I know you see what's happening. And I'm tired of hearing excuses of, oh, we're working on this and we're working on that. I want to see results. My people are bleeding in the streets and you're doing nothing. Defund GRPD, put that funding into our community and towards real crime prevention, because I know you also see the rising crime rate. Why is the budget for the police rising with the crime rate, yet the crime rate is not getting any lower? The numbers for the police are getting higher, but the crime rate isn't getting any lower. So it's clear that the police department is not helping. We need real crime prevention staffed with professionals that actually know how to address this, not random people that have only been training for 5 months. Make these meetings more accessible. Black Lives Matter.
All right, others wish to be heard?
Hi, my name's Lou. I'm from the 2nd Ward. A lot of you sit here with disdain on your faces, and I notice it every other week when we're here for the meetings. The way that you look at the front couple rows where we sit, you look unpleased with us being here and what we have to say, but we're not going to stop coming. And the reason we don't stop coming is because this is all on public record, right? So when you look back and see what your community has been asking for, it's all there in front of you. Every other week we come in and we list our demands, right? We tell you what we want to see in our city, and there's always more of us here than any other community members that are representing different organizations. We're here consistently asking for a better community. We're asking for the defunding of GRPD to the 32%. We're asking to end the police brutality, because this is an ongoing issue that we see in our community. We've been addressing police brutality and policing in this city for over a year now, and little has been done. It was atrocious to see today talking about more policing and funding more policing in our city, right after on Saturday witnessing at a protest against police brutality of a profiled black male. More of that, right? We're protesting in regards to police brutality, and you attack peaceful protesters. So at this point, I'm demanding that Chris Becker, who is the Kent County prosecutor, along with GRPD and Kent County Sheriff's Department and all of these other entities, stop antagonizing protesters, stop targeting protesters, and slapping on charges that are ridiculous. You're really trying to give felonies out right now for resisting arrest when you watch those videos and you clearly see who the victims are, and it's peaceful protesters. You guys are coming at us with charges for noise ordinances and things of that nature. You're going to cause a ruckus right in front of Art Prize where you let community members who are trying to spend their money in this town, which you all like that. Y'all like that. And you're gonna allow them to see GRPD brutalizing peaceful protesters. That's what y'all did this weekend. And it's all on video, and it's not over. We're gonna keep fighting. The charges you throw on us aren't going to scare us away, because that's your tactic, right? You're gonna try to defer us from speaking and using our voices and coming here, and it's not gonna stop. So if you wanna keep playing with the stupid minor charges, sure, we'll play that game. We're not going to stop, though. We've been here going on 2 years, and we're not stopping. And please stop using my damn tax dollars to fund GRPD. You are paying them to beat up my friends. Thank you.
All right, others wish to be heard?
My name is Gus. I've been here before. You know the deal. I have a lot of things to say. Before anything, I think it's pretty despicable that we were at capacity in this room and nothing really was done adequately to ensure that everybody got a voice. There's a lot of people here. We should be allowing call-ins. That was pretty disgusting to just watch that kind of get dismissed and be, oh, well, you can go downstairs and watch on a monitor. Not good enough. Nextly, I'd also like to touch on what Christian said earlier. Gross and unprofessional, Moody, what happened last time. Regardless of what is said during public comment, our commissioners should act with professionalism and grace at all times and uphold themselves to a higher standard rather than act out like a child throwing a temper tantrum because they were caught with their hand in the cookie jar before dinner. It's a little pathetic. Next, I'd like to bring attention to the appalling events that unfolded this past Saturday and the atrocities that GRPD has once again committed. As a peaceful protest was coming to an end, all in support of Isaiah and bringing him justice, GRPD started attacking protesters, grabbing them from behind while their backs were turned, slamming them to the ground like cattle, punching and kicking protesters, maiming them. This and more was all caught on camera. Multiple people were injured horrifically, one of which was put in jail and held for 36 hours without medical attention, which I'm pretty sure is a human rights violation. Mayor Bliss, GRPD has a complete lack of respect for human life. Is this how you think GRPD should conduct themselves? I am 23 years old. I graduated high school in 2017. I'm in college. Many of the people here today in support of Justice for Black Lives, many of the people who were brutalized by your police force are in their 20s. Some of us aren't even 20 yet, and a number of people here at this meeting and on this board would probably call us children even. So tell me, Mayor Bliss and commissioners, why are children here begging you to do something, begging for their lives and for their well-being, begging for you to take action? It is no longer a matter of if GRPD will kill someone, it is a matter of when GRPD will kill someone. I've said this before and I'll say it again, more police does not deter crime, it does not solve crime, it does not reduce crime. If that were the case, our crime rates in GR should be dropping, but they're not. As police presence increases, so do our crime rates. That is just facts. Let's try reducing the force by defunding and invest into the community instead. Defund GRPD, Black Lives Matter. I'm going to yield the rest of my time.
Others wish to be heard?
Hi, I'm Andrea. I live in Grand Rapids. I'm grateful to see justice served today with this verdict. Yet the tragedy of the killing of George Floyd highlights that we still have work to do both locally and nationally to reform and repair the institution of policing in our communities. In the wake of his death, despite those events being hundreds of miles away in Minneapolis, too many of our own community members right here in Grand Rapids could relate to the encounter Mr. Floyd had on that faithful day. We committed then, and I reaffirm that commitment now, to working with our community to bridge the divide between our residents and those sworn to protect them, to make Grand Rapids a model of what community safety and care can be, working across departments and in partnerships with community. We have already taken steps down that path together. Today's verdict doesn't change our course, but rather bolsters our determination. I encourage everyone to please join me in continuing to work together toward the goal of being a city where every person is valued, protected, and experiences belonging. This will be a Grand Rapids that is healthier and better for all of us. Mayor Bliss wrote these words after the George Floyd verdict came out. When I read these words, I thought, what a dream that would be. Who was you addressing, Mayor Bliss, when you said all of us? Did it include black and brown people? Marginalized and poor people? Was you including the unhoused, or were they excluded? You are condemned by your words. I was not at the protest this past Saturday, but I've seen about 4 live videos, and I was disgusted. I was disgusted by what you did to my friends. I have a few choice words for GRPD, but I'm not allowed to say them here. I yield my time.
Others who wish to be heard?
I am tired, I am hungry, I have worked all day, I do not want to be here. It was hard for me to get here on time for this meeting. It would be a lot more difficult, maybe if I didn't have a car.
I'm sorry, can you pull your microphone down, please? Thank you.
I'm short, tired, hungry, and I don't want to be here. What if I had small kids at home? It would be hard for me to be here. If I didn't have a car, it would be hard for me to be here. If I had a disability, it could be hard for me to be here. All throughout this pandemic, you took call-ins, and it worked just fine. I don't know why you can't take call-ins now. Maybe you don't want to hear from all your constituents. I think you should be able to hear from all of your constituents. You should be able to be more inclusive in that way. With that, I'm going to move on from this topic. I don't want to be here, but I have to be here. I have to be here because of what happened this Saturday. This Saturday, there was a protest because of a wrongful arrest. Because of a wrongful arrest that went viral nationwide. Because of a wrongful arrest that Grand Rapids is going to be known for nationwide. During that protest, the Grand Rapids Police Department brutalized peaceful protesters, arrested people wrongfully, and hospitalized people. So I'm going to ask you, because you all have power over the police department, what side of history do you want to be on? What do you want to be known for? What do you want this city to be known for? Because right now, that's what it's known for. Wrongful arrest, brutalizing people. Do you want to go down in history? Do you want to see your faces in history books? Because that's what it's coming down to. I was listening to some things here during this meeting. Sounds like you get about $95K a year as a senior police officer. Great, wish I got about $95K a year. So you're paying people about $95K a year to go out and beat people up in the street? Awesome. Also sounds like about 75% of their time is spent not on policing. So why do we need more police officers if 75% of their $95K a year time is not even spent on policing? We could be defunding the police, not paying all that money for them to be spending time on stuff that's not policing anyway. Commissioner Lanier, you said we should join the police force to change it from the inside. You want to know how many times that's ever worked? Never. Go ask Serpico. That does not work. The problem is not individual bad police officers. The problem is the entire system. And one good person doesn't go in and change an entire system, I got 4 seconds, that was originally founded on slave catchers.
All right, others who wish to be heard?
Good evening. My name is Kyla Eddy, and I am here representing the Grand Rapids 3rd Ward and in solidarity with Justice for Black Lives. I attended that full protest on Saturday and experienced the assault by police officers, including being pushed multiple times in my breasts. Yes, I am a trans woman and I have fully developed breasts. I was also pushed to the ground, and I was one of the lucky ones. Several of my friends and comrades had to visit the hospital for injuries or have experienced real emotional trauma, some of which you've seen tonight from that very attack. 2 were arrested. According to the ACLU, if officers issue a dispersal order, they must provide a reasonable opportunity to comply including sufficient time and a clear, unobstructed exit path. Individuals must receive clear and detailed notice of consequences for failing to disperse and what clear exit route they can follow before they may be arrested or charged with any crime. That didn't happen. No, I'm not here to argue constitutional rights. That's for the courts. But I am here to bring a call for action. You don't have a permit, you say. We've had a permit in the past and still had our rights trampled on and attacked. Just obey the law, you say. Well, then the law needs to be applied across the board, not just to our organization. How often do you see amplified speakers downtown? How often are there other protests where the police aren't there to stop or brutalize the people? How many tickets have been issued for using sound amplification for these other events? And how do I submit a Freedom of Information Act request for that information? And what were we protesting? That same police department using excessive force on a black resident once again. On TikTok alone, one of those video sharers had about 253,000 views and over 75,000 heart reactions. It made national news, not just local. The whole country and part of the world is watching Grand Rapids in its police department. Are you? I know what you're thinking right now. You're thinking of William Shakespeare saying, "The lady doth protest too much." Well, to that I say, I am not protesting enough, and I will not stop protesting and standing up for those that were wronged in the community, and neither should you. Howard Zinn was a historian and World War II veteran. He said, "Protest beyond the law is not a departure from democracy. It is an absolutely essential to it." Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Others who wish to be heard?
Hello, my name is Nico. With access to endless resources to educate people on topics of their choice, it is impossible to ignore and continue to forgive ignorance. If you are white in America, would you want to reincarnate as a black man, as a black woman? If your answer is no, you are not ignorant to the injustices black people face in this country, in this state, and in this city. If your answer is yes, you are either oblivious or dishonest. Have you ever had to watch a loved one mourn? Black people in the city of Grand Rapids have been watching our people mourn generation after generation. We are tired. To be a leader, compassion, responsibility, and ownership are required. This should be reflected in the way things such as wrongful arrest due to racial profiling and police ambushing peaceful protests are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, others who wish to be heard?
Of being assaulted and others.
Others who wish to be heard?
Hello, my name is Sol. I reside on stolen Anishinaabe land, so-called Grand Rapids. My partner was taken into custody forcefully, as is a known specialty of GRPD. It's difficult recalling the situation in full context, as I was also experiencing police brutality while 3 grown men assaulted my body. The most shameful part is that it doesn't even scratch the surface of injustice GRPD has recently inflicted upon their own community members, specifically directed towards Black and Indigenous individuals living here. We were protesting the unjust brutality of Isaiah, retelling his story for the individuals who were interested in hearing about this atrocity. Isaiah was in the same crowd attempting to de-escalate the situation, but yet again experienced aggression from the traumatizing organization wrongfully pushing charges against him. I can't sleep knowing monsters like you, officers sitting in this room, are praised for their role in perpetuating this disgusting city's white supremacist values. Children were closely dancing to protest chants while another individual donated pizzas to our organization before we were attacked. It's traumatizing to repeatedly witness how GRPD disregards all sense of safety as they see fit. And for what? To possibly harm someone who they weren't even able to find. during the peak capitalism of Art Prize 2021. Whenever they see someone they don't like taking up too much space and actually making a difference, it makes cowards like GRPD terrified for their sense of power. It shows them they actually serve no real purpose for the city because of their continuous failures. It is their response of hostility towards their own failure that repeatedly shows us this system is not working, perpetuates racist biases and harm. Rooted in a fear of letting activism slip too far into public view, your compliance towards addressing these issues shows us how truly incompetent you all are. Ignoring the efforts community members have taken to be listened to sets up for growing failures that will spiral further out of control. The front that you create, catering for white America, is only an insubstantial illusion that will implode on itself, as we've already tried explaining. Enough of your fear-mongering. Everyone sees you for the cowards that you are. I wanted to say that this was on behalf of someone who did not feel comfortable making it in today because of officers like you in this room, because this is not a safe space to be. I want to push for dropping the charges against the people who were arrested on September 25th. I want to say Black Lives Matter, land back, I yield my time.
Others wish to be heard?
Hello, my name is Maria. I live in the First Ward. I don't really have many words for y'all. I think that a lot has been said this evening. I'm really, really tired of grieving and seeing people that I look up to, people that I appreciate, people that I want to follow their example. I'm sick of seeing them being hurt, being discredited, and experiencing the trauma that they have put themselves through for a good reason, right? For a just reason. It sucks. It really sucks. I demand that GRPD is defunded to the charter mandated 32%, and I also demand that that charter be removed. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
All right, others wish to be heard?
Hello, my name is Mick. I'm a resident of the 3rd Ward. I don't have a lot to say either. I am absolutely ashamed and disgusted in the behavior I saw GRPD partake in on Saturday and the violence that they caused and initiated. And the only thing that comes anywhere near to rival that feeling of shame and disgust is the shame and disgust I feel in all of you and your inaction to do anything about it, to control the police officers in the city. I ask that the city drops the charges against the individuals that were arrested on Saturday and that GRPD is defunded. Thank you.
Others wish to be heard?
All right, I am Dighton. I'm going to start my speech by talking about the City of Grand Rapids noise ordinance, which I was unaware existed until last fall when a fellow activist and friend was arrested for a noise ordinance, which I found confusing because it does make sense that there might be a noise ordinance in a city, but the idea that someone would be arrested for a noise ordinance didn't quite sit right with me at all. So I read up on the City of Grand Rapids noise ordinance, and I learned that it's being broken right now by that motorcyclist out there with a modified muffler that should not be able to be heard from this distance. Funny timing. Also people who break the noise ordinance would be anybody who rolls down their windows, turns their music up really loud. Someone who is breaking the noise ordinance could be a street musician plugged into an amp. Now, I see these occurrences happen all of the time in downtown Grand Rapids. Yet, I do not see any police issuing tickets, warnings, definitely not arresting people for noise ordinances. Yet, on Saturday, for a noise ordinance, we were approached by approximately a couple dozen police officers and violently manhandled around to get one person for using amplified sound. Taken alone, that should be absurd. and taken in with the fact that the noise ordinance is not enforced in any of the other scenarios makes it even more ridiculous. It's absolutely insane. When a law is selectively enforced to people voicing their freedom of speech and fighting for civil rights, then that should be a law that is, by practicality of how it's enforced, breaking the First Amendment. I deeply suggest that you take a look at the noise ordinance, and it needs complete redrafting. In addition, I may notice some shakiness in my voice. That is not necessarily so much out of fear of public speaking. Right now, I am still processing the events that happened Saturday. I was approached by officers who, as they spoke and as they gave commands, had rage in their voices and in their hearts, and I was afraid for the safety and lives of myself and my friends, and many of whom were hurt, but many of whom I was afraid were going to be hurt far worse, as every time the GRPD interferes and brutalizes us, the escalation of their tactics increases, and I am scared.
Right, others wish to be heard?
Hello. I'm here today to ask the people who run our city and have the power to make positive change to please do just that. Our police department needs reform. The police continue to make mistake after brutal mistake, and nothing is done. The police investigate their own mistakes and let themselves off the hook again and again. So it's no wonder that why, even though we pour nearly 40% of our city's budget into them, they continue to racially profile, harass, and brutalize the people of the city. I'm asking for accountability by the way of third-party investigations or personal police insurance, like doctors have. The police should not investigate themselves. I believe a cop would think twice before acting violently if they knew that their actions had consequences. So maybe when they pull someone over, they will take a moment to fully assess the situation in a professionally trained way before they dragged someone out of their car and punched them repeatedly in the face. An innocent man who had no idea why cops were pulling guns on him, why he was being pulled from his car, fearing for his life, and he was punched over and over again in the face, and then had to do community service. Police in Michigan need only 594 hours of training, while cosmetologists need 1,500 hours to use a pair of scissors. It's like no wonder they don't know what they're doing. Please do something before more innocent people get hurt. Mayor Bliss, you know me. I was there, and while I was there, I witnessed 3 full-grown officers on a small, young protester with their knees on his back and his head, and one standing on his leg. And he was yelling at his officers, "Do what you gotta do, do what you gotta do, get him." And I was shoved to the ground, and I was punched in the face by an officer while asking them to get off this young man. This shouldn't be the way things are, and you have the power to do something, so please do something.
Hello. My name is Mike. I live in the 2nd Ward. I had a lot of stuff to say, but it was already covered really eloquently. I think you can see, can't you, that something is not going right? What are the police doing in your name as city commissioners? Are you proud of what they're doing? My wife was punched in the face and knocked on the ground while I was working. And then I have to come home to my wife being assaulted by the police for peacefully protesting? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What are you doing? What are you doing about it? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's within your power to make changes, and you're just hiring more police, accepting private money to hire police. What are you doing? What are you doing? Everybody's watching. You should be ashamed. This is preposterous. Yeah, I got nothing else to say. You guys are terrible.
My name is Lainey, and I live in the 3rd Ward. GRPD is a threat to public safety. On September 3rd, they held a black man at gunpoint solely because he had the same color backpack as a suspect. A huge group of officers pointed guns and used police dogs for just one man with the wrong color backpack, and that's a murder waiting to happen. GRPD has shown that they are violent so many times. We know that our community is not safe when their behavior goes unchecked. This weekend, GRPD attacked peaceful protesters once again. I watched them throw punches. I watched them grab a black woman by her neck and throw her on the ground. And they shoved people headfirst onto the pavement. At least one woman was touched inappropriately during the attack, and several protesters were left with injuries. This is not freedom of speech. Unpermitted noise amplification happens all the time in this city. Musicians, street preachers, and white supremacists use unpermitted noise amplification with no interruption. GRPD only attacks peaceful protesters when they are speaking out against white supremacy. How can you acknowledge racism as a public health crisis without having the teeth to put an end to police brutality against the black community? We need to actually hold officers accountable instead of allowing officers with a history of excessive force to continue to tote guns around our neighborhoods. Internal investigations are just an illusion of accountability and do not get the most violent cops off of our streets. Cops don't bring public safety, they are a public threat. If we want safety, we have to address the root of crime, which is poverty. We need to take money from our police budget and invest in resources for the 3rd Ward, including housing, mental health resources, education, and rape prevention initiatives. Black Lives Matter.
Hi, I'm Ethan Rios. I'm from the 2nd Ward. Right now, you still see us as a bunch of hooligans, right? We like to run around the streets and wave our signs around, make a lot of noise and chant, all right? And you still think that if you ignore us, that you don't have to change anything. Everything's gonna be okay and we'll go away. Well, I'm kind of fucking tired of that thinking, all right?
Hey, excuse me, you cannot curse.
Sorry about that.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a warning. If you do it again, I'm gonna cut your time off.
I'm tired of being taken as a joke. I'm tired of seeing my friends out here on the street brutalized. I'm tired of seeing the working class, the people that made this city, getting brutalized by a bunch of cowboys with guns and badges. Huh? All right? I'm tired of just holding a sign. And I bet you feel like nothing is gonna happen while you're up there on that podium and when you're out on the street in your police car with your guns. But that's not true. I'm tired of nothing happening. I have 3 words left to say. Sic semper tyrannis.
Hello, my name is Senya Falin Peñalosa Lydiard. I wrote my email there. You guys can contact me and tell me what each one of you are gonna do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I should have that many emails. I wanna know what each one of you are gonna do for our children in these communities that you guys serve. Because right now, My child's not the only one asking questions. I can't sleep at night. I'm not the only parent that can't sleep at night, worried about all these things that people are talking about in here. I have 4 children. All 4 know what a protest is. The oldest is 11. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves right now, in this day and age, that we're barely gonna call it, what, racism? We're barely gonna call it a health, whatever you guys are trying to call it right now? Really? I'm also Native. Our land was taken over when all the white people got here. You guys know they came here for their freedom of speech and their freedom of religion, right? Why can't Allie speak at a protest? The anti-vaxxers speak at their protest with amplifiers. I haven't seen anybody get arrested, much less brutalized.
We have proof of that.
I also am gonna reply to your emails once you send them
Let
with
her
me.
speak.
I'm also gonna send the videos to each of your emails when you send me the email. Expect that. I want you to watch them. I saw that, I was there. My boyfriend was there. He saved Allie's life. They were trampling, Officer Payne, they were trampling Allie, I want you to know. Please, I ask that you correct the statement that was released by the Grand Rapids Police Department because it is false. We have the proof. I'm not the only one who was live that day, and my phone died before they got violent. If you guys want a city where they're not rioting, where we aren't getting angry, you guys need to make the changes now. Right now, tomorrow, when you go back to your desk, when you go back to wherever you go to work. Think about these things, write something up, invite us. We're more than willing to come and work with you guys. We don't want to leave this to our kids. We're terrified. I shake, you guys. I have to go take hot showers to calm my nerves because I'm terrified of raising my kids in this city, this world, this country. Black lives matter.
Thank you. All right. Others who wish to be heard?
Hi, my name is Emily Oxford, once again, and I am a resident of the Second Ward. I feel like every time I plan on coming to one of these meetings, I have a nice little thing I want to say written out, and I hear things that make me want to absolutely throw out what I said and just speak off the cuff, so I'll do my best to do that now. I want to talk a little bit about the noise ordinance. The noise ordinance that is being used by GRPD to justify brutalizing peaceful protesters. I think on the surface, the idea that an armed group of people would be able to legally brutalize someone for using a megaphone without a permit is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Okay, so then let's change the noise ordinance, right? The noise ordinance is also ridiculous. It essentially stipulates, the one I'm pretty sure this was in reference to, was that if you're using noise amplification without a permit, it needs, whatever you're saying needs to be heard at not louder than a conversational volume at within a 100-foot radius, measured horizontally and vertically. First of all, what does conversational level even mean? Is this conversational level or is this? So that's not even clearly defined in the ordinance. Second of all, horizontally and vertically. So essentially it just ensures that okay, we'll have this giant dome of 100 feet around people in which we can enforce this. That's also ridiculous. What are you gonna do? Float drones in the air to make sure that, they have drones, but what are you gonna do? Float drones in the air to make sure that the noise ordinance isn't being violated? Ridiculous. And then beyond that, when I've seen justifications from GRPD in reference to an internal affairs investigation that I initiated myself in regards to their behavior at a previous protest. Also now, there's no evidence provided that the volume was at a conversational level within 100 feet. So it seems to me like it would be legally unenforceable, or they don't have the evidence to prove that they are actually in violation of that noise ordinance. Or they're not willing to share it because they know it wouldn't be held up in a court of law. So these are just my issues with the noise ordinance. But I think the real issue here is not necessarily that this noise ordinance exists. Let's pretend it was, created in a good spirit to like keep the city kind of quiet most of the time. The issue is that police will find any legal reason to be able to brutalize people if they don't like what they're doing. And this is not just like, oh, GRPD will only do this. As a police officer, there are a variety of laws that you can choose to arrest someone for. You can choose to justify brutality towards someone for simply because you're a police officer, you have some immunity. It's ridiculous. Thank you.
Others who wish to be heard?
Hi, my name is Mark, and I'm from Grand Rapids. I don't really talk about this, but maybe 30 years ago, I was pulled over by a state trooper outside of Odessa, Texas. Wrote me up a speeding ticket, and rightfully so, because I was caught. I had to take the heat for it, so I took the heat. Nothing happened. Then I was pulled over again in South Central Oklahoma, about 75 miles south of Oklahoma City. Pulled over for the same thing. Nothing happened. Pulled over for the same thing. Got a ticket. Nothing happened. I took my heat for that as well. There was just one vehicle each. 10 years ago, I was heading home, and an officer from the GRPD pulled me over. She acted like she was paranoid and petrified and going to try to pull her pistol out. All I was doing was reaching for my ID and registration. And when they was checking over it, for what reason I don't know, I looked in the rearview mirror. I saw not one, not two, not three, not four, but 38 units, including 2 state troopers. And then they're gonna come back and say, "Oh, we thought your car was. Well, we got word of a stolen car. You okay?" Yeah, right. I didn't believe that for 1 minute. Grand Rapids has always been a police state. Always have been, always will be. It's been like that for decades. We had, everybody remember in 1980, I wasn't here, but there were friends who were saying that they were flooding the zones around Division and Franklin, or all around the black neighborhoods and all that stuff. And at the same time, in the quieter neighborhoods, somebody was missing. That person is Deanie Peters, and she hasn't been seen since. Now swallow on that for a while, because y'all are getting.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. All right, others wish to be heard?
Hello again, Russell Olmsted, West Side, Grand Rapids. On policing and everything that we're going through and have been talking about as far as reform for years, as long as I've been coming here, talking about constantly trying to reform and change before these types of incidents happen, the types of incidents that we're experiencing as a community, as people who are protesting peacefully. We aren't averting it. The actions that we're taking, that you're taking, it's not averting it. More needs to be done. I think all of you know that. The question is always what and how. But you do have power at your disposal to be able to change some of these things, to work with the police department, just like you're talking about with the ordinances of, talking about deprioritizing for, mushrooms. We can deprioritize assaulting people for protesting. We can deprioritize and then work with the police department on those types of things. We can't do anything about qualified immunity at a local level because it's a state issue, federal issue. But there are things that we can do here with the power that you do have. I hope that you can find a way to be able to do that, to make those changes. One of the great opportunities that we have coming up for that is around the union contracts that are going to be negotiated. And that's going to be starting here pretty soon. What a lot of people don't understand and realize is so much of what we want to have happen around police discipline, around police investigation powers, it's negotiated in a collective bargaining. And unless we have say of what's collectively bargained, we're stuck with whatever that is for the next 3 years. Expunged records after 2 years, if they have a disciplinary issue, that's in the contracts. So I'm asking that you please make an effort with the police unions, who I know you need both sides to do this, I get it. But there's nothing that prevents this from being an open and public negotiation, to where at least we have elected officials in the room to negotiate on behalf of the community that elected you. Right now, we don't even have that. And it makes, when we don't have access to that type of thing, this is what snowballs into some of the other issues that we face. So please look into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Russ. Okay, others wish to be heard?
Hi, my name is Nikki, and my home is Grand Rapids, but I actually live in Ludington right now due to unfair housing issues, which is another subject. But home is here. I had a statement written up, but I don't have access to it at the moment. But I would like to point out a couple of things. When the Proud Boys were going to have their rally at Onabawan Park, our park, my park, native land, native sacred land, they were, Robert, you, because I had it written out, I don't have access to it. They were given permission by the GRPD, even though they didn't have a, I'm lacking words. A permit. They were not granted a permit, I think, but they were given permission to use megaphones. Also, when the anti-vaxxers were having their little deal at St. Mary's, I had dates and everything, the GRPD was present there when they were harassing our frontline workers. They were using megaphones. I think it was on the third, no, I'm not going to give dates because I don't have. There was an anti-mask rally on Fuller where the GRPD was present. They were using megaphones. I am sick of brown and black people from Justice for Black Lives being stalked and terrorized and brutalized by the GRPD. And the reason it's so important to me, well, there's a million reasons. My heart and home is here. My nieces and nephews, family and friends live here. Now, my nieces and nephews have children. My great nieces and nephews are growing up here. They are all people of color. I have 3 grown children that are people of color that all have been, my son gets stopped constantly because he travels for work. It's just ridiculous. This has got to stop. You guys are literally, Chief Payne, shame on you for lying in the press release. You lied. Shame on you. You know better. That was ridiculous. I'm glad you're leaving. I hope your predecessor does better.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Womack, you're going to be the last speaker, and then I'm closing this public comment period.
It's been a lot said today, and it's been so much said, there's not really much more to add, but I will say I want to take time to thank you, Rosalind Bliss, Mayor Bliss. I remember when you was running, you said diversity was going to be very important. It's now in the mission statement for Grand Rapids, everything that comes out. We have our first black and super qualified, may I add, city manager, Mark Washington. We've had our first black police chief, city attorney, African American. We have Hispanics in important, powerful positions in Grand Rapids, Michigan. So the dedication of this board that also made it illegal for people to call the police on black people. That's something you saw on CNN. They also, the money that went down Granville already to help during the pandemic from the city and the county. That also went down to businesses on Franklin. A lot of times when I was knocking on doors on Granville and Franklin, they would thank me for things that either came from the county or the city. As I look at the city commission meeting, I wonder sometime do we need a video that shows in the beginning exactly what the city commission does, what they have the power to do, what they don't have the power to do. And as my time runs down, I want to say that justice for black lives, it's like someone said today, we're not going anywhere. And it's true, they're not going anywhere. And if they did go somewhere, some of those community sentiments would not go anywhere because they've been here for decades. But also, the Grand Rapids Police isn't going anywhere. They've been here for decades, and they have people that don't like them, and they have people that do like them. Love-hate relationship, but they got enough support. They're not going anywhere. And I think when we realize the sentiments want to see some changes and going nowhere, and our police aren't going nowhere, we may be able to begin to talk about this in a conversation where we can have some movement. I know this city commission cares, and I know it sounds vain coming from me, because I personally know you all. But I just felt that after this, myself being a leading activist, one of the first longest ones looking at police relations, that I had to come up here and give people a little more confidence in our mayor and in our board, because if they are really that bad, it ain't no reason for us to come down here. Hope is not dead. Just showing some respect for everybody that's involved, because we're going to have to respect each other to get this done. I do believe charges should be dropped against Isaiah and Samuel Cummings.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to close that public comment period. I'm going to turn to my colleagues. I'll start down here with Commissioner Isasi.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for those who came out tonight to speak. We did a lot of different things today. We had a number of things off of consent. I want to say thank you to my colleagues for just kind of going through these processes. I had some other things to say about Hispanic Heritage Month, which, I don't really like the word Hispanic, but to recognize the achievements of different Latinos, Latinx, or Latine people in this community, I think is really important, not just during this month, but every single day. And so I appreciate those that came out to talk about the renaming of the streets. I think it was good to see a cross-section, and I think what that showed me today was that the efforts of the committee had been fruitful because people knew about this public hearing and, they came in to ask questions. So I think we are getting to see this continued democratic process move forward. So have a good night and be safe. Thanks.
Thanks. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ruppert?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I want to thank the staff. Every Tuesday you start early with us and stay till the very end, and so thank you for all your work. And it has been good these last two meetings to have a bit more space for us as colleagues to deliberate and discuss with one another, so I appreciate each of you. I think we had about 70 people speak tonight, which is good engagement. And so, today we had some symbolic actions, some more concrete actions, and I look forward to continuing to work to operationalize our commitment to climate, operation our commitment to being anti-racist and to continue to decriminalize low-level offenses. And I think that based on the discussion that we've had in these last couple of weeks, I'm confident that this group of people is going to move all three of those things forward as we continue to discuss them. So last, I just want to say happy birthday to my daughter, Raya Joy. It's her 12th birthday today. Her one of the presents that she requested was a T-shirt that said "There is no Planet B." So she would have been in full support of our climate resolution, and that motivates her every day, and then she inspires me. So thank you all.
Thank you. Well said, Commissioner. Commissioner Lanier?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I'd just like to thank Robert S. Womack, Commissioner Womack, as well as Lupe Ramos Montani for their leadership on the March Committee, and for those who came out to and who emailed and sent letters and made phone calls to demonstrate their support. And I can actually even appreciate the challenges to not only renaming streets, but make sure that the advocacy goes beyond the street renaming. That's all. Good night.
And Commissioner, thank you for your work on the march as well. Commissioner O'Connor? Nothing. Commissioner Jones?
Thank you, Mayor. I join my colleagues in recognizing all of those who came out on this evening to speak. I want to suggest that we clearly are in this space of having to consider voices from across the spectrum, especially as it pertains to law enforcement. I think what we saw tonight was, I think, a pretty good example of, again, the feelings as it pertains to law enforcement. You have individuals who have a desire to see limited law enforcement or a decrease in officers. You have folks, and that's folks of all ethnic backgrounds and socioeconomic status. Then you have folks of all ethnic backgrounds and socioeconomic status who are wanting to see more police. You have business owners who are seeking more police. And you have, I think, a nation, obviously, that is having this ongoing discussion about the role of law enforcement. I think it all speaks to the need for us to continue to do our role to try to find better ways and more ways to find compromise. But it just can't be us. It can't be those of us who sit on the dais. It has to be the union leadership of the police department. It has to be the community, because without that, I think we can expect the same that we've heard on a consistent basis over the last year or so. So I think, if anything, what today reminded me of is just the need to further engage in that which is not comfortable, that which is difficult, that which is complex. But all of those words that I just used also, I think, describe the human condition and who we are as human beings. And so this is not easy, and yet, we are in this position for such a time as this. And so I welcome the opportunity to find compromise, to find a place where we can have, as I stated earlier, the more of an opportunity to have civilians who are playing a greater role in the work of law enforcement, and in particular, being able to address calls that come into our police department, especially as it pertains to mental health issues, to be handled by those who actually go to school for and learn and study what it means to engage in that space. And so that is my hope, is that we can recognize that if we don't move toward a place of compromise, then I am afraid of the outcome. And I don't think any of us, even those who admit or who have said that they want a very dire outcome of some form of violence with police, I don't think any of us want that. And so I think it's incumbent upon us as elected officials, as well as our community and our police department to find a way forward. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Moody? All right, City Clerk?
Just want to say we got about 40 minutes left of National Voter Registration Day. So if you're not registered to vote or want to check your voter registration, you can still go out there. You can register anytime up until 8 o'clock of Election Day. So just remember michigan.gov/vote to check your voter registration. Watch what's going on with the redistricting and be in the know so you know where you got to go vote in the future. Thanks.
Thanks, City Clerk. Deputy City Attorney?
Well, Attorney Hitchcock sends her regrets. She's doing continuing education with the International Municipal Law Association. So I know our department is certainly looking forward to the innovative ideas that she'll bring back and that we can share with you on some legal concepts that might be working elsewhere. And this is my second meeting with you up here in a row, and it certainly is a different perspective. It brings you closer to some of the community conversations that as staff we work on often, and so I appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Phil. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for a long day and a late night, but much was accomplished. Appreciate your leadership and to the staff and their efforts and work, and a lot of good staff work today. I think for me today was about the intersection of two civil rights leaders who did a lot to move our country forward, and that's the reason why we're all here on the dais, to do exactly the same. And we know that while there is a lot of things that we have done, there is much more work to do. But I still don't discount the effort that everybody here has put in, their commitment, even though there may not be agreement. But I look at Grand Rapids and I look at Kent County, the stuff we had on our agenda today. There is not any city, any township, any village in West Michigan that has any of these things on their agenda in terms of acknowledging or approving what we've done today. And we've heard from our very own county commissioner who also affirmed some of the progressiveness that we are doing here. So I think we have to put things in perspective. And as much as I do recognize the need to do more, we are leading in many ways in what we're doing in our organization around climate justice, around human rights and civil rights, and even as painfully as the conversation around policing and public safety is, it is a very, very challenging topic for people across the country and in our state. And I indicated today in my comments to some of the media partners as we talked about the opportunities that lie before us. Particularly, I appreciate the service of Chief Payne, but we have begun a process of looking for our next chief of police, and we'll be soliciting and engaging public feedback on that and looking for someone who can help us continue to build trust and transparency and making sure that we are able to be responsive to the community needs and moving forward. And so I look forward to that. But I do think, and I, as much as I appreciate both compliments and criticism, because government does need to be critiqued by its citizens. And we certainly get that opportunity throughout the nights, but we also need to put things in context around what makes this community certainly unique in many good ways, but also challenging. But I do want to lift that up, that I am proud to live and serve in the community and with elected officials such as yourself, and look forward to continue to making progress. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager. And I'm briefly going to add, I don't want to be too redundant from what all of you said, but I want to thank you, City Manager, for your hard work and service, and all of the city staff. I am honored to serve up here with all of you. And I know you have a heart for service in this community, and today I believe we moved forward and took steps forward, yet we all know that there's still a lot more work to do. So I just want to thank all of you for your service and dedication, as well as all the partners that we get to serve with and work with in this community who care deeply about this city and are committed to doing what they can to move us in a positive direction and make it a better place for everyone. So Commissioner Womack, thanks for sticking around the whole night with us tonight, and all your work in the community and your service as well. We appreciate your voice on the County Commission. And with that, we'll adjourn.